Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're doing another Hacking on Plugins Day. And my usual deal of I'm going to be putting a few more logs on the fire. There's the fire there. I'm considering getting a special lens just so that you can have more of a close-up of the fire. Hello, Antrave. And I am online definitely slower than usual. Well, actually, I'm not sure I can call it usual. I am online slower than I would have been because this morning turned into a variety of weird things. One of them was I got suckered into an argument on Blue Sky, and that was interesting because I probably should have known better, but whatever. Hey, Igor. And the other was I got suckered into work on my reverbs, and I can show you the results of that. What I'll probably need to do is, let's see, firstly, I need to set the output of the computer to SWP audio capture. I'm going to be moving over the studio mains to the see, where the hell is that? Okay, it's off of this. I'm going to be moving studio mains over to this. But I wanted to go over what I did this morning to the best of my ability, while having probably my second of 3 cups of coffee of the day. I'm definitely going to be charging around, doing all manner of stuff. I'm a little distracted by the fact that my screen shows so many little images of my face that makes me want to look at them. But that's because I don't show chat as obviously as I used to. And that's pretty much entirely because of Junebug. That's a troll that shows up on a pretty regular basis and just talks weird. Has occasionally, like possibly once, maybe I was just imagining it, engaged coherently. But then normally not. They are a YouTube account that has 1 subscriber, I don't know who that is, and 0 content. So I'm thinking I'm getting towards the direction of blocking Junebug. I believe that you folks can also block Junebug, and that will work. I know that Grenz independently blocked Junebug and was like, oh, that's better. They've also been posting stuff on my old videos, so that's creepy. But yeah, what I was talking about is this is some work that I did this morning. And I might even be able to show you how I went about it. I have to do a little more work here. Let me see. So this is what I was thinking of. I've been doing sort of guesstimating versions on which reverb algorithms generate sounds that are this incompressible. For a given size of the reverb, how many megabytes does it take to save it as a FLAC? Because I've had reason to believe that that makes the sound notably better. So you're looking at what I got to. Also, give me a second. I mentioned that I needed to throw another log on the fire. Let me do that or I will totally forget. I also have another option. Let me throw 2 logs on the fire. Why not? Starting to get cold, so let's do it. I believe we've got that. So you might find all of this sound slightly different than it did, and that's because, and I'm going to have to check and see if this is acceptable. I've got a tool that I can use to moderate it, but I have switched over to the Sennheiser Super Hypercardioid, like a film mic. Some YouTubers use things like that. And the reason I've switched the live stream over to this super hyper cardioid film mic, let me show you it while still using it. This is the one. It says MKH50 P48. So this is like a film mic. It's not really much of a studio mic. And I had that on my main camera for making the weekend video, making plugin videos. And it was there because my Roswell Colaris had broken. Well, guess what came back yesterday? I sent it off to get fixed. I will probably make a video dedicated to this just for additional good karma. What happened was I sent it off to Roswell in California to get repaired, although it was way out of warranty. And I said, I don't care about the warranty. I'll happily pay for it. Please fix this for me. I am a very small YouTuber, and you don't have to care about that. Tell me how much it's going to be. And I sent it off. I confirmed that they got it. Actually, it sat there for a couple of days before they got around to it, because that's a working small microphone company. Basically, what they do is they're getting together all their stuff. They're manufacturing things, I believe, in the United States, although I'm not absolutely certain. But they're getting Chinese capsules and redesigning them. And one of the downsides of that behavior is you can get a pretty impressive thing for that. Colaris is like a $1,600 mic, but it's meant to act like a $15,000 mic. Roswell Colaris tries to behave like an Elam 251, and pretty much anybody here is never going to see an Elam 251. Like, you can see it in like David Grohl recording Foo Fighters, for instance. You can see it being sung into by like Taylor Swift, stuff like that. But you're not going to get one. That's completely unattainable. But Roswell is making one that acted like it. And the way they're doing that is they're taking a Chinese mic capsule of the correct size and behavior, and they are fooling around with the circuitry. In particular, the Colaris uses a FET that is set up in such a way that it'll give a certain kind of like 2B warmth distortion sort of thing to it. It's very intentional. There's a pad on the microphone, so if you don't want it to saturate like that, it doesn't have to. And that's what I've always used. Like, it comes from back when I could get things like that more readily. There was a time when I could, and I did. You know, rather than buying real estate or getting into the stock market, I bought gear that I could use. And I've told that story before. And when the capsule broke, it stopped working, and I sent it over to them and played it very chill. Like, a Chinese mic capsule is not that expensive, so not that big of a deal. And I figured I couldn't afford to get another one like it, but I could probably afford to pay for whatever repairs were necessary. So I went to Roswell. Roswell looked into me once they realized I was Chris from Airwindows and went, "Hey, your attitude with your channel is kind of like our attitude with our microphone company. This repair is on the house." And so they repair. I paid to ship it, mind you, but they sent it back to me free of charge. Did not charge me for the replacement mic capsule they had to put in it, and they even brought it up to the current spec. I've not yet heard it because I'm constantly working on everything anyhow, and I don't necessarily get to stop just to do something like that. But yeah, we're going to go back to the good sounding mic for the plugin videos, and that's also going to translate to the That's also going to translate to the $10 and up showing people music videos that also happen. And I'm also considering doing another thing, which is maybe what I can do is like stick a Chris from Airwindows sign on those. It'll be slightly slower to render, but stick one of those on the Let's Hang Out and Talk About Records videos. And then maybe grab excerpts of that and figure out how to put those out as YouTube Shorts. Because I never do those. But one of the things that might help me is just showing up in places and having a thought. And that's very much what, like, I don't make Shorts content. When I make the plugin video, I basically turn the camera on and go. And you're hanging with me explaining stuff in real time. And I put those little captions. People have been responding to that in comments saying like, oh, hey, I like the text. I like the text up front or text up top. And YouTube AI apparently thinks they're talking about, I don't remember what YouTube AI thinks they're talking about, but YouTube AI is quick to suggest that I respond to them in such a way that they think it's like an intro blurb, like me saying, hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows and you can do this. YouTube AI thinks that they're talking about that, which is kind of funny. But yeah, I've got the Colaris back. That means that the microphone I'm talking into now is the super ultra cardioid hyper-focused thing, which can sometimes be too focused and unpleasant to hear, which is why I showed this. This is a ferrite core. And one of the things that I did when people were upset with the new sound of the videos when I removed the Colaris was I put this on the microphone cable in hopes of making it so it would be less annoying to hear. And I'll check on this video afterwards to see what it sounded like. But yeah, all of that stuff, we're doing all the things. And here's the thing that I did this morning. And I'm going to show you the whole process that I went around doing this, because, you know, I don't only do this to get abused and confused by Junebug. I do this so that I can share information with other people who are also doing things, especially because this is the time of people being told, oh, have AI do everything for you. I disagree. I do not like the idea of AI doing everything for you. So it behooves me to show you how I went about doing this one particular thing, why, and what happened. So when I do a bunch of new reverb sounds, they come in as these flacks that I'm making every morning. On the other stream, I go over to here, and I'm making the flacks using verb 6s. Because I have this program, which I run 15 instances of overnight. And it just goes through trying to find the best reverb it can and shows me what the best one it's hit so far over a course of 1 or 2 million tries. And then I copy them over here. Ends up looking kind of like this. So I'll have just made a bunch of these, and what I'm looking to do is look through them and figure out whether I want to dismiss the one that I just did based on file size alone. So I end up looking at stuff like this, and you'll see that at the top here, 100 seats 20.21, 150 seats 20.43. I've got these numbers next to everything. And that's because some of them will not have a large enough file size for the seat number encoded in the reverb. Sometimes it'll just not be enough. And the colored dots are something that I measure using this little card. And that's a very important calculation, which is peak over RMS energy for the entire reverb example. There's some drums in there, there's guitar, there's a little snippet of Alien Kittens, hey Lucas Hippo, all of that stuff. And I can measure that in various different ways, or apply a filter to it or whatever. I'm actually applying I don't even know if it's out yet. Part of the reason I'm working on Console X2 and Console H at the moment is because I have this enormous backlog of stuff that I've already done that does need to come out. And it also gives me time to work on these, and it also gives me time to spend hours every morning grinding through millions and millions of these possible examples to measure and test them. Test them for file size, measure them for peak over RMS. So, what I'm basically doing is going through and going, okay, 300 plus seats, here's 5 of them that are here. Of those, these 3 are larger than 21.07 megs. 400 seats, these ones are larger than 21.47. There's 3 that are 21.5 and 1 that's 21.6. Is this larger than 21.67? Yeah, quite a lot. It's 22.3, so that's a lot larger than 21.67. And that gives me another cause for basically dismissing some of these examples without necessarily even listening to them. It's like a time-saving effort. I go through and I throw away stuff even before doing a further stage of measuring and assigning these colors to them. And the colors are amounts of peak energy, and if they start stacking up like this one with orange and red, or these, or this one with yellow, orange, and red, these all count as extremely high peak energy relative to RMS, and that's what's characterized all of the recent reverbs and why they sound the way that they do. K-Studio, the most recent K-Guitar Hall, all of them are based on this particular measurement. That's how I've been able to make them work better than previously. Oh. And some of these are from older, so we'll scooch that over. And so here's the deal. I had sort of roughly arrived at guesstimates of file sizes. I didn't have a curve that would make sense for, like, it was not an algorithm. I had just looked over, like, oh, I've got these, about half of them are larger than this number, so let's say that that's 24 megs and go with it. And that was not rigorous enough. I was a little concerned that I was just guessing. So what do you do in that case? What I did was go to a website, Wolfram Alpha. And do something like this. In fact, this is a fairly recent example. Maybe my history has all of those things, or perhaps not. But it was just offering me that. So I started by entering in a bunch of those parameters that I had by what was the number of seats and what was the file size. I just was shooting for a bunch of averagey kind of looking things, seeing can it make up a curve of some kind? Can it start out by giving me something? I wonder if it'll let me do it again. Perhaps not. Yeah, my first thing was I was looking up, can I just type in all of this data and have it guess out what would be a useful curve for that purpose? And I did that. And it was something like, well, that's weird. It was something like that. And by doing that, I got a math kind of like this. It was essentially a model fit. And I got it to guesstimate, like, what does this noisy data actually look like? Because it's noisy data. I was trying to discard some of them and keep others. Honestly, I would like to try to do that over again. So I did stuff like this. I started here. I'm walking through the entire thing just in case anybody at some point is going through this and wants to know, how do I go about my daily work? And I ended up going in this sort of direction. Like, it says things like this. And this is the type of information that I was going for. I was going for, like, come up with something where I can, and I, let's see if I can open it a little more. I'm trying to get into, it was throwing me some examples. This is probably going to give me that. I'm trying to walk through what I did. Or maybe it's just drawing a blank. Are you just drawing a blank? You're totally just drawing a blank. Anyhow, I ended up being able to generate a curve that acted like my data. This is how, and it was along the lines of least squares fit, or indeed quadratic fit. Let me see if I can do a little search on that, or yeah, open it under a separate thing. It's showing the same damn thing again. So what you can do is go quadratic fit, and then see those brackets? You put in a lot of brackets. In fact, I believe this is from the data I punched in. So this is an earlier step in my work. Man, people do not like this. Well, anybody watching this in the future who wanted to know how I went about this, here you go. I'm going to make another cup of coffee and get into actual coding soon. But this is part of it. This is part of what the coding is. This is part of what you do if you are not actually just going, hey, ChatGPT, give me the answer, please. So my first rule was I need to come up with what the curve is that mostly satisfies this data. And I punched in a bunch of data, and it gave me this as the output. And this is, in fact, what it gave me as the output. It looks like I'm looking at the same thing over again. And it made this curve, and it shows where the curve is not exactly on any of the input data, but it's kind of close, and it's trying to get the closest that it can to all the information that I put in. That means I can take this and run with it. So what I did next was, let's see, copy that to the clipboard. And let's fire up Baby Edit again. This is what I did. So I had this, and that is now not the data going in, but the real mathematical equation kind of underneath that we see here. I was looking for what's the real answer for all of these sizes. So the next step of that process is, now that I've got the formula that thinks it is closely resembling what the noisy data actually is, because I'm shooting for like what's the real number at any given point, I'm going to take some of these points from the folder that I had. Like you'll remember, I had this new verbs folder, and it's not based on any one seat count. I'm just trying to sort things into bins here and work out what the exact number is to be. So I started with that. I worked out the mathematics off Wolfram Alpha. And again, no ChatGPT required. Wolfram already exists to do this. And then I said where x is, and then there's little brackets, and there's a series of numbers. So Wolfram is most likely, at least it did for me, going to decide, let's run this algorithm with each of these numbers in turn and give the answer. So we'll see if it works. And I'm guessing, but this is what I did before, it should work again. And it didn't understand. I'll try saying for x equaling and then the brackets. Something's gonna, I did this before, so it worked. Doesn't understand that? I'll try for x of. Got there. So we are interpreting that. I never got a 3D plot before. Okay, so this is different than what I had before. It's giving me some kind of weird thing. Let's try for x values. No, that's still not correct. Maybe it thinks that this is now a 4D graph or some dumb thing like that. Or one other possibility is that it now thinks that's a 4-dimensional value to be put in. So the way some of this worked before was that you had to put the individual things in brackets too. And I probably did that. What does that mean? It means this. There, now there's the overall bracket. And then each value, I remember this being the case, has its own brackets. And then the overall brackets enclosing it. And that now says that it's dimensions, so that's still not correct. I did get this to work before. I got this math, and I had it up in BBEdit. I don't remember exactly how I got it to go. You can see up top that where it says quadratic fit, it is attempting to assign things on a 2-valued array. And now it's not. So I am misunderstanding something somewhere, and I'm going to continue to try to make it work. How about for x values of? Also, maybe I should be using a lowercase x because that is in the query. Can but try. Not yet. Not yet. So yeah, you see, before I got it to work, maybe I can translate it to natural language. No, I'm on natural language. So it's supposed to be able to understand what I mean. I got this to work before. It shouldn't matter because I got it to work before. But this is ending up being a live fire exercise. This is ending up like, well, what the hell did I do in the first place? I suppose I could try to look up what my most recent copies and pastes were. No, that's simply a search and replace. Stuff in the top of the search and replace is about making this stuff be individual lines so I could work with it easier, and then smushing it down to the query again. Well, this is interesting. I have an undo history. Looks like I can do a bunch of undos, perhaps past. I'm trying to figure out whether this is actually past the previous one or whether I'm just repeating myself over and over again. Looks a little bit like that's all the same thing over and over again. It shouldn't be doing that, but it is. Can I view my undo history? One thing about it, I don't need to keep looking at this because this proved unhelpful. I'm going to continue to try natural language. Okay, it does not understand that. But you see what I'm doing here, which is it can draw that, like we can delete that. I can do this and it will simply show the plot. And in fact, that's what I saw it doing, was it followed this curve, and then as I started getting into seat sizes above 2,000, it started going back down again, which is not actually correct. Here's another many opportunities for how you do that. And what I'm looking for is spitting out a series of answers like this. If I go, the seat number is 245, do I get an answer? Yes, I do. Result, 20.8. So at that point, if I got my number, now can I put in the brackets, put in commas, and get a sequence of answers? What happens when I do this? And that's what I did before. So basically I must have taken this and gone if x equals, and then at a series of numbers punched in here. That was the $300. It'll only let you do so many of those, but it's the same formula each time. And I just kept doing this over and over again until I had all my answers. And you can look and see that, say, if x equals 200, I just kept doing this with the new numbers. You can also say where x equals. That is apparently also correct. And 200 gives me 20.65. 200, 20.65. So that's where I got those numbers. That's the first step of the exercise. Where that went was here. These are all the ones that passed that test. And I went, that's cool. That's cool. I get to take these, and anything that doesn't pass that test, I throw them away. But the ones that I'd just gone through, I've got this folder called second string, and I'm keeping the ones that I had lying around and that I haven't thrown away recently, but also older ones. And second string, as you can see, we have a very similar behavior, except for these are all the ones where the file size is not big enough. And I went, oh, this has about the same distribution, if not more, of the keepers, the high peak energy ones. And this contains the one where it had the highest peak energy of all, the 1122 seat, where I have not yet generated another one with higher peak energy than this. Let me quickly run my audio hijack so I can hear that. Good. I have not yet got one with as high peak energy as this. So I went, uh-oh. What's up with this? Is this actually going to be good? And the way to answer that was to listen through some of the high performers. For instance, these ones that are, orange red or so on. I've actually got those in both categories. So the question in mind was, do I hear similar qualities in these ones that are keepers, such that I like them better than the category of ones that I've discarded? Because if not, if like being able to get to the highest score possible is the most important thing, then I have to recalculate that. I have to keep some of these ones that I'm discarding, because when I'm discarding them, I'm literally throwing them away and the data that went along with them, and I'll never get them again. I have not been reproducing any of these ever. It has always been just, this is what I got and this is what I produced. Recent work on the program is about trying to get different characteristics going, but some of the stuff that I was doing even months ago sometimes got higher peak energy than the ones I'm doing now. That means the question is, does this new test make things better, or does it not make things better at all? I'm going to go and make some more coffee in a moment, and so I did this. Here's the ones that were keepers. And I went, okay, that's not so bad. Seems legit. Here's a much older one. Weirdly small for that seat size. Here's some of the really high performance. They're showing up in sizes that are useful too. And here's the highest score one so far. And I went, cool, okay. These all sound basically okay. That seems promising, but what am I missing? Second string contains the ones that I discarded because the room size was not big enough. And I started at the top. And I went, okay, that doesn't sound great. It's too small. They sound kind of weird. And I get into the zone where they're not necessarily too small, although and you could say that has a tone quality to it, certainly. Like this one's echoey. Got a neat clang to it. And one of the things I noticed was these kind of had more flavor to them in the sense that there was a funny tonality in there somewhere. Whether you like it or hate it, there's something going on. And then the first, this tiny one, is a very small room, but this is one of the small rooms that does not pass the file size test. And it's like, okay, cool and all, but it sounds, it smells slightly off, right? And then these remaining ones, including the ultra high scoring one, in many ways, they perform well. And then the one that equals the highest performing one that I kept. And it's like, yeah, it feels and sounds like a less pleasant room. It's okay, it's plausible enough, but there's something about it that is not great. And then the highest score of all does not meet the file size test, and it's this one. And yeah, there's this quality there, which I'm not entirely excited by. It's neat, it's like, okay, it's a subway station or something, but I'm not entirely happy with it. And you compare that to, like, ones like this. Or this. And at that point I was like, okay, I think this works. I think this evaluation technique using all these little categories, I just dump new reverb examples into this folder and they line up against the numbers I have to compare them to. And if the file size is not larger than the number that you see there, I throw it away. I don't even measure it any further. And I'm now satisfied with that choice because although I've cut the numbers of keepers in at least in half, or not more so, all the ones that passed all of these tests are really impressive. And it's a matter of kind of going by this, going by trying to do these measurements. And as you can see, some of the largest ones make the largest file sizes, but here we've got a situation where if I scan through this and look for the smallest available file size, we fairly quickly run into Guitar Hall 2. And that still has some of the problems I was complaining about earlier, but it's sort of got its own thing going on. And I can kind of scan through and look for examples. Like here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to look for a fairly recently generated one, meaning rather than having letters there, it's going to say seat and then a big number. That's the more recent ones. and I'm going to look for the largest possible file size less than 1,000. So we're going along like that. Here's a fairly large file, and I'm not even caring about what density it is. Instead, I'm just looking for incompressibility. So here's an example of one where it is really very dense rather than sparse. So this is going to sound like a different thing rather than sounding like an empty cavernous space, but it's very incompressible, and it is a small room size, and it'll sound like this. And going by the incompressibility part is associated with it not having an unpleasant tonal color to it. And I can also skip up. Let's see if I can do that. Yep, I can. That one's slightly more open because the color coding is not as dense as possible. It's got more peak energy in there. Here's another very dense one. And let's continue scanning through here and seeing at what point do I get to, look at that. So the file size ended up being quite a bit smaller, but I have one from today. Actually, I have two. That's a much smaller room, but it's a lot emptier. And then I've got also generated today, this morning. I spent hours generating these this morning as well. This 1,000 seat room happens to be color-coded yellow, meaning that the peak RMS is like 15.5 or better. So you get this. And basically, I wonder if I have a good red one. Here we go. So 1023 is in fact a even less dense one. So they sound emptier as the peak energy gets higher relative to RMS. Here's two almost identical ones. This is a good example. I've got a 1023 seat compared to a 1016 seat. They are both 23.5 megs compressibility. They're just opposite RMS. Listen. Peak energy, RMS energy. Even over my, I'm hearing a faint hint of it over my monitor speakers. Even over that, and I'm pumping it through to the stream directly. So you're getting an actual feed of it. I can hear that the reverb is a little more dense and hanging in the air more densely compared to emptier sounding, more distant sounding. And these are the ones I'm running with for the Airwindows reverbs, because this is giving the sound that I'm looking for. But bear in mind that I do also have this other kind available. I consider this to be more realistic sounding, but you can also do this sound. And it has its own claim for being realistic sound. It just sounds like a different kind of thing. And again, it's almost identical in every other way. It's more about, does the sound hang in the air in an obvious upfront kind of way? So I've been avoiding these and making these. because it is a striking difference in how much peak energy versus RMS energy is coming out of the actual reverb. And yeah, that's what took me all morning. That's what took me all morning to do. So this is not yet 1 o'clock, so this is a fine time for me to go off and make my other cup of coffee. And I've already got it set up so that you can hear whatever I play here. So I guess it's the question of what do I feel like putting on. I'm going to put on the direct feed from... This is the music that I was making when I did one of my jams using Circa. And I've been pushing Circa a little bit, but that is simply because I'm trying to help the guy that lives in my hometown. He did the graphics for this program, so I've been playing that recently. But I can also play it relative to Airwindows meter. And so you can use this looper. Let me set up the here a little bit too. There we go. So this is done on reverb in console X, not X2 but X, using audio damaged Circa, which I bought from a guy who half of the dev team now lives in my hometown. So yeah, if this seems like fun, I found it a lot of fun playing it. And I'm going to go and make my other cup of coffee now, and then we're going to do some work on console X2. So let's quiet down this stuff now. Again, that was jams I did in Reaper using Console X, not Console X2. I'm trying to get that done now, but Console X and Audio Damage Circa, of which the graphic designer lives in my hometown. So I'm kind of shouting out the neighborhood homeboy there a little bit, just because I want to. And yeah, I did buy that from him. He did not give it to me, but he probably would have, just because I'm another developer. But I did not ask for that, so it's all good. And over to Coding Stream. I've got my fresh cup of coffee. We're going to do all manner of stuff today, or maybe just specific things. I've got about 4 hours left to stream to figure out what to do with it. So here's what I was thinking. I have Console X more or less sorted out. Like, I've got the component files ready. I needed to also go through and do the VST version so that I can build them for all platforms, move them over to the main computer, do the signed versions for M-series processors, and then go along with that. And that, since it's Console X, I have to also do the graphic version. Honestly, I'm running into some troubles with the graphics versions, in that there are people who have complained of problems with the Juice-based software. So when I say that, what do I mean? I probably should bring you up to speed on that as well. So if I fire up Twisted Wave, but instead I open something like this. So this is a Juice-based Console X. It does a bunch of things, and since it's not actually in Reaper, Twisted Wave is being problematic with some of this stuff, and it's fine, it's whatever. But for Console X, and also for Airwindows Meter, which you saw earlier, I've been doing this sort of thing. I've been making it so that you can control the knobs and stuff with knobs on a screen rather than just sliders that are generic interface. I did that on Console X because I had way too many controls to be able to deal with it any other way. Like, you can make it be a vertical line of controls, and even then we've got all these little tiny knobs sitting around here. They all do something, but I went a little over hard with the dynamics for Console X, because Console X contains like 2 separate dynamic sections on Stonefire. See, it says Stone and Fire, and then we've got an air channel that doesn't have dynamics on it. But the idea was that you would be dividing up the sound using Stonefire, which is another plugin I've got out, and then doing independent dynamics on that, so you could, for instance, gate the extreme lows and not the rest of the sound. And you can. It's just maybe a little bit more complicated than people actually needed. And so we get to do stuff like this, of rearranging it and moving it around. Here I've got a vertical layout of the same thing, or more of a horizontal. Here's two different arrangements for horizontal. It does this on the fly. I've also got a thing going on where these ones, it looks like they're over your head and tilting back at you. And these ones, it looks like it's a console surface in front of you and you're looking over the top of it, and then this is flat. With these, and the reason I'm doing that is so that I can fit more of them on screen at the same time. See, the slow pass is not quite a circle anymore. It's an oval because you're looking over the top of it. And you can still manipulate it. I do actually have settings you can use where rather than following the mouse pointer around the screen, you can just go up and down or side to side, and it'll appropriately do that. That's in Airwindows Globals. You set your knob controls in Airwindows Globals, and that should work. But I have all of this up to and including a proper channel strip layout. All these knobs still work. It's anybody's guess as to whether you want to work with a channel strip this size, but if you were able to do that many things on screen with your plugin windows sitting there, you could put windows side by side on your DAW and have the visual appearance of a full-on console channel strip with many tracks side by side, and then you can go with your mouse and be like, okay, we'll adjust this, and then this becomes a little bit more bright, and here is where our EQ is. A little bit hard to reach some of these guys, but you can if you really need to. You can't read their text, but the text is actually scaled to the interface size, so that's actually drawn a little bit larger than it would. It's not just linear. It scales up and down. So I need to do this all over again. And I'm not at all sure I can even still build this on GitHub, because this is using a thing called Pample Juice that I have hopes that maybe I can get a version of it that will help me work with it. I'm not really quite there yet. Sudar, if you're on stream, then this is a great opportunity to ask you, but I think the chances of that are very unlikely. So it's a matter of thinking up what the visualization of this would look like when rearranging it in this kind of way. And I'm literally reflowing it to different aspect ratios in case you wanted your plugins to be like horizontally laid out like this, or vertically laid out like this, or some combination thereof. You want a rectangle. Well, here's one kind of rectangle, which is really more vertically laid out. This one's a flat display. And here's another one that is slightly less of a flat display, but it's sort of in 3 columns there. And then yet another one where the EQs go to the top because that's a sort of section for them. And I just kind of tried to make that all, find a way to make it all make sense with all these different aspect ratios. And then the aspect ratios themselves recalculate and squish based on the size of your window. And all of that, if I am not mistaken, what I'm going to have before terribly long is this. So I can ship these all day long. The problem there is this is a little bit less approachable, although I've come up with an enhancement that I can use. But this is a little less approachable, having it just be sliders. on the original VST format, I don't get many letters. I get like 7 letters to use for any given control, so that gets restrictive as well. In my most recent plugins, I've started including words over here because I figured out how to do that on VST. That makes it a little easier to manage a big pile of sliders like this. But all the same, this is still a big pile of sliders. And this is actually like 37 controls, meaning I can't bring it into Airwindows Consolidated. These are not represented in Consolidated. So one of the things I've been thinking about is like asking Bacon Paul for a version of Consolidated that has a max of 20 maybe sliders, and designing stuff to fit within that, which still has some options. But there's a big difference between this and this, in that I can make this more accessible. I can make this more approachable. Hey, Robin's on. Well, you don't need to worry about that. That's fine. It's one of the reasons I drink so much coffee and chat away, because I know some people are just listening. But yeah, what I'm looking at working on today is the early stages of exactly that. And among the things, I have to get up and move the optical cable over that drives my studio mains, because I need to plug it into this and plug it into the antique laptop. You know, did you know that antique Apple laptops had optical ins and outs? It's true. There we go. You can take a antique Mac laptop and output digital optical audio at 96K or whatever, which is enough to drive any situation. No matter, you could be dead mouse running a giant stadium and be doing it off of a antique Apple laptop and produce equal sound quality to anything that he can produce with anything else that he does. Yeah, Apple got rid of a lot of that stuff just because it could. So here's what I was doing. I was doing this. This is the entire Console X2 chain compared to not having it there. Dry, full Console X2. So you can do this. Make stuff a little bigger, or blast the crap out of it. And I was also simplifying Console X2 bus while using it in a way that it was just the essentially output clipper. And channel uses the same thing. More is the same as the Console X2 bus output clip. I've gotten that stuff done so far. So when we do something like, for instance, here's Alien Kittens being patted down, so normal volume. Bypass means no processing. Watch those output levels. If you run into just the console, it's making everything sound about the same, but the peaks are about 3 dB down, because we have 2 layers of a saturation effect in there, which is essentially, it's literally tape hack. So you can do this. And then you can do this. And in so doing, we have the ability to put sound through the full console system. Every part of this has stuff that it can do. The channels have 4-band EQ, which is not a parametric so much as it is a 4-band shelving EQ that moves and tilts. What's my favorite note? I don't honestly have. If you mean as in regular people, I would shout out Burial, but everybody from UK D&B knows Burial. I essentially do plugin development work, so I'm not actually the guy to know special electronic artists that you don't. I know pretty much the same things everybody knows. It's just that I'm trying to give people tools that not everybody can give. Yeah, I don't do Juice more often because it's way more cumbersome, time consuming, and I cannot trust it to stay working. It changes out from under you and gets all these updates, and it tries to keep up with modern operating systems and stuff. Sometimes that it has changes that break stuff, and then you're stuck. I don't like that. So I do my development in generic plugins where I can have a basic session for coding plugins that I know is going to work the same as it did last week. And then I extend from there. I extend into Apple Silicon. With the help of Bacon Paul, I extend into Consolidated because he built a framework that allows that stuff to be compiled into a larger plugin. And sometimes I then extend into Juice for something that has so many controls. Count the controls here. Even the bus version has 8, 9, 10, 11 controls. 11 is more controls than I can fit into Consolidated. I can only fit 10 controls into Consolidated. And this is like 17 or 18, 19, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, 18 controls and X2 channel. So that's arguably too many for a slider-based interface. But it also means I can't let people in Consolidated have this unless I was to do it in like 2 sections. And sometimes I can't. Like, I can't do Console H without having it all built into one. And that's because I'm going to have that crazy thing out of the full parametric, the hip chill, the hip crush that I did. That has the capacity to make like blasts of unending sound even if the input is silent. If you turn it all the way up in the compressed section, you get a roar of noise even if nothing's coming in the input, and then anything that does come in gets turned into the blast of noise. I need to be able to have the gate on Console H, just like it is on Console X2, cut that off and make it silent if the input falls below a certain level set by this gate. So I can't put the sense for the gate and compression after that stuff. It has to go, the sense has to go in front of that stage, and then the control of it has to go behind that stage to be able to gate it. Then you'll have a gated blast of sound. And that's the only way that it can actually be useful. People are already complaining about hip crush being too hard to manage because if you turn it up too much, it just never shuts up. And that's why you need a gate. If you have a gate, even a tiny, tiny gate like this, if the input is actual silence or just the noise floor of the denormalization of the plugin, which these generate, then the gate is big enough to make it be quiet, and that's what it needs to do. So yeah, what I've got here, as I simplified this, because I took out, you'll notice here, we've got this going on, right? And I can make it be a little quieter or louder. I've got a little padding going on here, although the fader is up. What I've got here is independent and separate compression. We've got a channel compression, which can do like weird special effect things. And you can crank it up until it's impossible to miss, and then pull it back because it's essentially a variation on BesiComp that will do what you're looking to do with compression. I can make it cause different things to poke out, or indeed use the gate. Stuff like that. We can do ambitious things with these various controls. Here I've got a compression, and it's also got aggressive gating going on, because that's the sort of thing that you might do with the channel. But what I'm looking to do on the bus is it's got a bus that acts like bus compression instead. So we've got compression happening, but it's meant to be more subtle. It's meant to be quieter, less obvious. And it's supposed to move with the compression. So you dial in like the internal motion of the mix. This would be rather fast. And this is rather slow. And to the extent that people learn how bus compression works, this will help you be able to dial in internal motion of the mix. That's granted kind of an expert mixing thing going on there, but I think it's important enough that I'm willing to do it in that way. And so it is also a factor of what the tracks are doing and how those are moving. So we can have our threshold there. And we could also do a thing where tracks are also compressed, which combines the compression and makes it more extreme. And then the output fader is what you do to take the motions and dynamics of the overall mix with whatever combination of compressions you're using, and essentially hit the output tape with it. Now you're not actually using tape here. This is using the plugin tape hack in both places. On the input, more is tape hacked before it hits any of the channel, so it acts like it's coming off of tape. On the bus channel, you're doing everything within the bus, including the compression, before you hit the output, and rather than having an output clip, such as Console X had, such as a bunch of the console plugins have had. Instead, this has tape hack rather than AD Clip 2. So that it is always using that tape hack flavor, basically. It's doing its thing. I can take the compressions back off, play it fairly normally, and as we reset everything to default, you hear that as we hit this, it's not doing anything that radical. You turn it on, that doesn't sound all that different And that's important, because if you were doing something like, say, I want to do a hyperpop mix but sounding good. I want to do stuff where the super high frequencies are doing crazy stuff. You'd do something like this. And that's going to hit tape hack. And so we're clipping in different ways. We're letting through more highs. In fact, we even have a control on the bus. So we can double boost. Or move the frequencies up. If we're trying to make a mix where all the frequencies are that bright, and you know that's what you want to do, I feel like you should be allowed to do that. Or say it's all bright and there's no bass and no low mids. You should be able to throw that into the output mix if you want. There's a catch though. And the catch is, when I do that, what's going to happen is we are hitting the output clipping in such a, it's a soft clip, but still we're hitting the output clipping in such a way where it is not getting to do the same thing that 80 clip 2 does. I should say clip only 2. I don't know why I said 80 clip 2. 80 clip has this as well. So what's the thing that clip only 2 does that this does not? This is just only the tape hack algorithm. It has decent qualities to it, which is why you can stack 2 of them on top of each other and it still sounds fairly reasonable. If you stack 2 density on top of each other, or, you know, like, I guess console 5 channel gives you just a sine distortion. If you do that, stuff will get excessively sort of thick and fat and tubby, but tape hack doesn't do it. Tape hack doesn't do that. Whereas if you did clip only 2, I'll show you what that is. I worked with it recently enough that it's in my recents. Clip only 2 has this stuff in it. Actually, I shouldn't be showing it in this window. Let me just open the file. We've got this intermediate X thing. It goes from like 1 to 16. I'm going to be incorporating that in the one that I'm working on today. And we have this tiny little lump of code that I get to use. But what that is doing, and I'm not going to be able to do all of it, but what this is doing is if the waveform swerves up into clipping rapidly, what the swerve up into clipping rapidly would do is produce like a high frequency transient, perhaps one that would clip the output even if the clipping is below full crank. We're essentially compensating for what's called, I guess, Gibb effect, if I'm not mistaken. We're compensating for intersample clipping in an unusual way. Because intersample clipping is what happens in the extreme high frequencies when you have sample positions that are far enough from each other that the reconstructed waveform would swoop way out of bounds. That's all that is. Intersample clipping is high frequency stuff that will cause your converters, etc., to just clip like crazy on really bright, obnoxious sounding things. You could address that by just turning down all the highs. You could just wipe out all the high frequencies and then you wouldn't be getting intersample clipping. But intersample clipping or it also reads as digital harshness. It's what you get when you turn blasts of noise and high frequency stuff into digital, and it sounds like shattering glass, and it's extremely obnoxious. Pokes your ears out. That's amplitude dependent. It's like if you track slew rate rather than just the waveform, what you get is the parts of the waveform where it would break into that effect. And so clip only 2 gives you a clip level where rather than it being like, imagine it's at minus 0.4 dB. It's loud, but it's not full crank. It's not 0 dB. It's just a hair below that. And if your onset into that is so rapid that the reconstructed waveform would shoot beyond that point and then go into a flat top, clip only 2 checks to see if you're slewing up too quickly to that point on both the attack and release points of the clip, both where it enters the clip and also when it goes away from the clip again. If it is too steep of a slew going in that direction, then the clip point becomes artificially quieter at that moment. It's essentially tracking where it goes into its flat topping, and if it's moving fast enough in the direction of the flat top, it hits the flat top earlier, meaning that the input of the flat top is not actually the flat top line anymore. It's down farther. This causes the entry into the clip to round off, and the rounding off is what stops it from doing intersample clipping, because it's an artificial position that doesn't have anything to do with any of the actual sampling's high photos, but that's enough to stop the intersample clipping, the intersample peaking. It'll let you do a really loud clip just fine, but it's artificially cutting down the entry into the clips. Now, there's a soft clip like that, which is around here somewhere. Yeah, I remember what it is. It's clipped softly. PQR. Yeah, this is the one. So this is a similar thing. The reason I have the intermediate 16 is because I can't actually measure from just the previous sample. Because if we're running at like 96K or 192K for hardcore people, I'm trying to measure from a time position rather than just the previous sample. And for that reason, I need to keep a chain of samples rather than just the most recent one. Now, there may be better ways for me to go about doing this, but this is the way that I'm currently doing it. And taking like 16 previous samples gives me a little chain of samples where I can take a point in there. If it is at like 44.1K, like X1, it's just the last sample I'm measuring from. If it is 96K, which I normally work at, that's actually going to be 2 samples ago that I'm measuring from. And it should end up being about the same amount of departure from the previous position. If we're at 192K, that's actually 4 samples ago. And it looks like doing 16 means I get radical and allow for very high sample rates and for it to still work properly if you do. And that's why spacing here is scaling it, and it's limited to this number. That does also mean that if you have a very large sample rate, it's going to be even less efficient, because every time you're doing a cycle, and we're doing this simple bucket brigade thing here. You know, I probably don't need to do that. I can probably come up with a way of making it work without doing that. But at any rate, the soft clip thing is calculating this out. We're checking to see whether we are clipping to a sign and scaling it to what clip only uses. And then we are just doing a simple interpolation between that and the previous sample. This will have the same basic effect. Thing is, last sample is not simply last sample. Last sample is whatever sample rate we were at, and then we're sort of crossfading into there. And it's doing that based on simply the absolute value of it. So I can probably do better than this. But we're essentially trying to do something like this, which is going to be keeping track of like how close we are to clipping and how rapidly we are approaching clipping is another very important part, which I guess it's another level of indirection beyond this. And this code is actually baffling me, but this is what I was doing back in the day. When did I do this? I think I have a clear enough idea of what I was trying to do. This was from 2022. So yeah, to run back to this, it is specifically console X2 bus that has my attention. So first thing I can do is open up a recent project that has the code that I need. I think it's going to be intermediate 16. I don't think I necessarily will need to do last sample. And we're going to bring it into the much larger console X2 bus. Don't mind me, I'm just thinking about whether I can use the slew for code with this as well. But then I was thinking about that before. However, hang on, I misspelled that, didn't I? So that's the job of this, but it's not actually specifically code from clip only 2 anymore. It's similar, but it's not going to be exactly the same. So I got to bring that over. We're going to bring this over. Yeah, because that plays the same role, honestly. You know, copious apologies if I end up just babbling, because sometimes that's where this goes. And the I've got 2 versions of this. Hang on. I made a mistake. Got to do the mistake over. We're going to have 2 of these. One for either channel. And we're going to initialize 2 of them, one for either channel. That's going to look like this. And now that I've got that available to use, we're going to do this in front of the tape pack section. And I'll tell you why. I need to soften these highs going, yes it is, VST32 is now MIT licensed. Not only that, ASIO is now GPL. So both of those things are useful and desirable. That is good news, that VST3 is now MIT licensed. You know, technically that does mean that I could start putting out MIT generic plugins. I don't know if I am gung-ho to do that. If I did, it would probably be doing it on, well, no, actually I couldn't, could I? I'm not building Windows versions on the current. I'm building all my Windows versions on this. This is the old Snow Leopard computer, and I'm running a Windows 7 virtual machine to do it. So I don't honestly have a good workflow for making VST3 generic anything, assuming even that you can do that. I'm not sure how well VST3 supports generic interface. But yeah, they are MIT licensed, and that is a fine thing for the plugin community as a whole. Has perhaps less to do with me than it would with everybody else, but it is a fine thing. Honestly, what I do needs to live mostly within the domains that I currently exist, and I'm leaning on things like Consolidated to be able to have my reach extend to a lot of different software users, because I don't have the capacity to support everybody in every way. Nor am I making nearly enough money to hire people to do it. That is one thing where I'm still very far away from that. Nor am I actually aiming to start earning lots of money specifically in order to be able to do that. Go figure. Okay. So the way this works, it's doing a little bucket brigade, which becomes increasingly inefficient the larger your file size actually is. There's parts of this that we can take and parts of this that we cannot. We'll take this. Scroll to the top of here and put this here, because we do still need to use a number that's going to be like 1 or 2 or 4 or whatever. It'll let you go all the way to 16, which is a little exaggerated. What I'm looking to do at this stage is set up something where I can make a little rotating thing of spacing that's a simple bucket brigade type deal, and then do something similar to what I did in SLU 4, which isn't out yet, but I could put it out, where I'm doing layers of averaging to damp the brightness of the output signal only when necessary. And that's where we're starting today with this stuff. Because if you remember, SLU 4 is done. It's just not out yet. And SLU 4 is doing the thing that is sometimes associated with... Basically what I'm doing is I want console X2 to have the... to basically be as good as TAPAC 2. And there is no TAPAC 2. But if there was, it might contain a thing on the input where it did a high-frequency softening that works like tape high-frequency compression. And I've got slew4 doing a thing like that. I don't think I've ever actually put those two in a row. Honestly, it does make me wonder whether I would like to put this in console X2 channel as well, as just a sort of preconditioning. Not a bad idea. I can have the nasty digital overtones quieted everywhere throughout the mix. But to do that, I would even more so have to run efficiently with it. So let's start with console X2 bus and see whether that gets anywhere. First order of business, this is not enough all by itself. We can run one position control here to cycle through this array rather than having to do the array in a bucket brigade thing. I can simply have it iterating over the same space. And in so doing, giving me my averaging scenarios the way I want them. So this is going to be a number that goes from 0 up to whatever spacing is. So when we make our arrays, intermediate L and R, and they start at 0 and go up to 16, meaning I think it goes from 0 to 15, the way these things work, because it's in C, you see. If you have a sample rate of, like, say, 48K, which is equivalent to 1x, then the number that it lands on is always going to be 1. It's going to be one array position every single time. And so we're not going to do actually any filtering. If we have 2x, it's going to bounce back and forth between 0 and 1. So we'll have 2 positions stored at any given moment. If we run at 192K, we're going to have 4 positions stored. So each new sample coming in is going to go in a different position in the array. And then as it continues to go, you go back to the original place again. And then the way that I'm going to generate the softened versions of it, the average versions of it, is at any given moment I am going to just add up everything in that array and call it a day. There's also ways of doing that, but I'm not that worried about that part. So intermediate pause needs to be included in this code and instantiated. There. And so I need to let's start by trying to make the little delay line I'm talking about. So now we're only going to use this to have a series of previous samples to run with. Let's go down to the bottom. And a couple of these. The exact order I have them in, I might have backwards, but I'm going to sort it out once I get some of this code down. So it's two separate buffers, but they're moving at the same speed, so I'm using one variable for both. Maybe I can... No, I can't, can I? I'm trying to make a rotating buffer, so I can't just limit it to spacing. I have to, if I'm hitting spacing, I have to go back to 0 again. And that's an assign, not a comparison. We need to have that. Or I could just have it be larger than spacing -1 works just as well. It's an additional math operation, but that's probably fine. Also, if intermediate pause is way past that, then it will fix it. So what is this doing currently? For one, we're not doing anything with the array, so it'll run and be fine, and it's not doing a blessed thing. But if we then do something with this, that's a whole other story. If we simply see what my concern here is I'm thinking of a way to operate with even rather large moving averages. And one way of doing that is simply adding the new thing as it goes in to an ongoing variable, and then subtract the one from several iterations ago, or spacing numbers of iterations ago, at which point you will get the moving average without having to add everything up individually. That said, that can drift. Whereas if I do this, okay, I'm getting confused again. Don't mind me. I bet I can find this up here, and this is the format for the... I'm getting confused again. Don't mind me. I was too busy thinking about another thing, and I forgot a very basic C'ism. Not pacing, but spacing. I might want to use another word for this, but I don't have to if I don't want to. And we can put a variable in there. We can put a value in there if we want. Oh, and I need a left and right. I am forgetting that this is left and right versions of it. And technically I could start off by just assigning input sample L and R to this and going from there. But I do not have to do that. Let's see if we can make one where it seems to make sense. That's always helpful. Wouldn't it be nice to make sense? I long to make sense all the time. And then let's, I don't know, copy some of these so that it's less typing, because I have so many letters in this. And then copy that so I have less typing there, because I have so many letters in all of this. And then having finished that, again, let's not type all of these letters. So what have we done now? Now we have an ongoing average, and I feel like it might be fun to just play with this and see what we've made happen sound-wise. And there's a fine way I can do that. I can just skip console here. Make the fader always be unity gain, as in 1. And so now the control that says fader does something else. What does it do, may I ask? Well, we can override spacing that way. So let's just literally do that. We've assigned spacing to be something that is sample rate dependent, and then immediately overridden that, so it's no longer having anything to do with sample rate. Instead, we just play with it with a knob. And that knob goes up to full crank, and what this should do is run this, intermediate pause, cycles through these things. Oh God, this is not going to be out Monday. I'm nowhere near done with this for that. No, it's going to be something else. What it is a fair question. Give me a second. I'm going to throw another log on my fire, seeing as it's cold these days. Yeah, this is super not coming out Monday. Oh God. And I'll grant you, it's very exciting. I'm essentially working on TAPAC 2 here, but that's going to show up in console versions before I get do anything else with it. There we go. Yeah, this ain't coming out Monday. There's much more to do with this. But what we should be able to get out of this is, let's see, and spacing can be 0, at which point intermediate pause is always 0. That's legit, so I don't have to worry about that part. 0 and 0 is less than 0, so it doesn't even pass through, so it's always silence. So probably what's going to happen is this is going to work, but if you set it to literally 0, which you can't get with sample rate, it'll shut off. It'll be quiet. Once I do this, see, if I do that, now I have that going, and it is taking the average of that many number of samples, and it's just applying it. And we are, in fact, going into tapeback afterwards. But if I build this, this should actually be audible. And Console X2 and Console H are going to have their own GUI because I have no way of putting them out conveniently without it. Too many people depend upon Consolidated. Too many people can't run the individual plugins. Or if they can, they won't. So effect stacks and Console X2. This is in the way. Let's put some drums on. We can probably hear this on drums. Ah, okay. So if I do this, it's just kind of broken. And you're not supposed to ever get to that point anyhow, so it's probably fine. Like the fact that the 0 position is no good. But I should be able to make it go darker by cranking it way up. Yeah, audibly darker. This is simple averaging. So that part worked. We can make the averaging thing where as long as spacing is an actual thing, I am curious as to why is it doing that though? Like, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I'm going to make a quick change and see if I changed its behavior any. I'm going to increment this elsewhere. I'm going to increment this after it does all of its stuff. There. So now it checks to see whether it's beyond its range and goes to 0. It assigns input sample L and R into the array. Then it checks everything in the array. It produces its averagey thing, which should be 0 when starting. It divides that by spacing. And then we increment. We're going to see whether that made it actually be fixed. Because what was happening is if I forced it to only be 0, it didn't like that very much. Let's see if we can make it do a thing where it's still making the output be darker and less trebly, which is its purpose. But also, when you turn it to literal 0, it goes to silence rather than going to a big thump. Okay, so far so good. No, that's a big thump. That is a thump at almost clipping. So I don't know where that's coming from. I can tell you this is designed to have a real value in there rather than not. Oh, pff. Actually, no, I do know why that is. Here's your problem. If I have it set to 0, spacing is actually 0. And if you divide by 0, that's no bueno. That's where the thump is. So we can fix this by having spacing not be allowed to be literally 0. And there's a couple of ways we can do that, but this is one. There, now it's not going to do that anymore. Because remember, what spacing is supposed to be, that's supposed to be floor overall scale. And overall scale is 44.1K times get sample rate. And it's also hard locked so that you can't make it be literally 0. It doesn't allow that. If you're like running at a sample rate of 16K, this is going to stop it from doing what it just did. So now that we've got that part fixed, what else can we do? I could make it a sort of fractal thing. So what do I mean when I say a fractal thing? Now that I've fixed the thump. The thump is because I divided by 0, which apparently is what that does. I would have thought it would just crash, but no, apparently not. It just gave me crazy outputs, which then got clipped using TAPAC. So x plus plus is x plus 1. That's the same as this. Or indeed this. These are all the same as x plus plus. If I was at some very high sample rate, and I did for x equals 0, x less than spacing x plus equals 2, we would be doing an averaging of every other thing. So what I'm imagining is the dream here. It may be an unreasonable dream. The dream here is of a very simple little algorithm that does the same thing as this. Come on, where are you hiding? Where are you hiding? I know you're around here somewhere. Where the hell is it? There it is. I'm imagining a very simple algorithm that does this. Now this is fairly efficient in its own way, but it's also kind of massive overkill. It is a new slew controller. And it's giving you a control in here. reciprocity, which is layering these in different ways. Not quite sure what this is about. Oh, I know. This is doing more of our little tiny buffers that circulate through, and you don't have to do as much with them. What I'm looking to do is something way simpler than this. And it may look like kind of a big mess because it kind of is. I don't want to do anything nearly as complicated as this. Granted, I could do it on the bus and it would be fine. But I want to do something a lot simpler. I want to do something a lot simpler than this. Look at all my double layered arrays and slew 0, y, and y 0 and y is less than z and all this stuff. I want to hack in something way simpler than that. Because what this is doing is kicking in different slew rates based on what my slew actually is. And in fact, it is doing a thing where we've got the most recent sets of samples and we're kind of tracking gib effect. We're tracking things similarly to what the acceleration plugin does. And we're running a latency. I'd like to avoid that as well. And rather than just ogling that, let's show you what it did. Honestly, if you want this one at least is done. It's so done, there's a VST version of it. I betcha. Yeah, there it is. So slew 4 does this. That's actually doing softening. I can demonstrate that with an effect stack. Do I have a slew? No, I don't, do I? I don't have that, do I? I don't have that at all. I have to make it. There's the same thing we were looking at. Kind of the point of this one is you can't honestly hear it working. And then let's see, we need to see it on the frequency response thingy. That's terrible frame rate. What the hell? Why are you having such bad frame rate? No, that's not what I wanted you to do. This is. That's even worse. What's its problem? Nope, that's no good. Okay, I don't know why this is behaving as badly as it is. That's terrible. That's got the worst frame rate ever. Ever. My sincerest apologies for this frame rate problem. That's terrible. Well, I'm very sorry. It's usually worked better than this, but I should at least be able to do this. I'm disappointed. That sucked. Okay, this sucks rocks. What the heck? Why is this behaving so badly? Let me replace this with a blast of noise and see if it helps. I'm going to turn down my speakers. That's noise. That's probably going to move really slowly. But slew 4 is capable of rolling off the highs very effectively. I don't know why it wasn't doing it with the drums properly. Okay, now we're reacting properly. So you can do this with slew 4 because it is stacked up averages. Meaning not only do we have the very large moving average, but we also have stacks of all the other ones coming up to it. What I'm looking to do is something as aggressive as this, but only in the very highest frequency sounds, so I can throw it before tape hack, at which point it will not let any of the high frequencies into tape hack that would cause aliasing. That's what I'm trying to do. That's what I'm trying to do. So like I'm very disappointed with that, but all the same, I should be able to move forward with this. So what I'm going to have now is a much more efficient high frequency roll-off. It's currently running on a parameter spacing that does not have to do with sample rate. Sample rate spacing is initially made to be sample rate, but then I've just overridden it and I've made it relate only to the setting fader. Fader is being multiplied by 15 plus 1 so that I can have this. Let's fire that up again. And you know, I could actually run that in just the output, but I might as well have the stack. Have to turn it back up. Yep. Honestly, you probably can't hear that at all because I'm using the new microphone, so apologies for that too, but trust me when I say that this is a drum sound. And now it's got high frequencies rolled off. And that's what spacing is doing. But if I was to measure that in span, what you would see was a series of dips, and then it would go back to sort of full volume again. Because if you do an enormous moving average, that does roll off the highs, but then you have these nodes of total silence, and then it goes back up to very nearly full volume again. So we're making a sound happen here. Or here, I can... There, now you can hear right. We're making a sound happen, but that's not really rolling off everything. Instead, it's doing a comb filtery effect. And the nodes of the comb filtering sweep up and down as I go, because this is essentially only a moving average. I mean, I'm delighted that it works as well as it does. That part is working, but it's still only a single moving average. So now what I'm wondering is whether I can do something a little bit like what I had done before. For instance, now I gotta switch this around too. Oops. So that's now something that kicks in only if I've turned it up all the way. And I can do that again if it is the problem here is I am not filtering things before running them into other sections also to be filtered. That's a problem. That means I would have to run multidimensional arrays where I have multiple levels of that to use. I can. Remember how in SLU 4 I was doing this, but everything had extra layers on it? So it would be like intermediate LX and then another bracket and then Y or Z or something, because there were multiple layers on top of other layers, and those were being used. There was a little extra wasted space in there, granted, but they were being used as layers of additional filtering on top of each other. That would equate to having intermediate LX going up to 16 and then having another one after it, which was the going up to 8 version, and then one that was the going up to 4 version, and a whole separate one for everything. And it has me wondering whether I can use modulus to, that's the little % sign that you can use on integers sometimes, whether I can use that to force previous layers to remain, like I can have the overall count for intermediate pause always go to 16, but then also run an 8 and a 4 and a 2 and so on. And that would look kind of like this. And I feel like I'd still need multiple arrays. And I'm not sure I like that, but I could do that. These are not very big arrays. Like 4 more of these is nothing. You could have them also be positions in one array, but I don't know if I want to get that silly. You can do multidimensional arrays. I could do multidimensional arrays. So if I did that, now I have like 4 different instances of these. I could even make extra, but I don't know if I need to. That goes from 0 to 16, and that goes from 0 to 3. So then I got to do this. Hang on, where does it go? There it is. Okay, let's, I need that bracket. And currently that's not fixed yet, but that is the same form being used here. So at this stage, I've initialized all of those arrays. There's 4 of them. They count from 0 to 3, and that's the way that works. And I'm pretty sure that, like, okay, so first level is 1, then it's 2, then it's, because I'm calculating it out to go to very high sample rates effectively, but also not to run all of the math if I don't need to. I'm instantiating it all in case I need to for people who want this to be glorious even at like 168 or 384K, but I shouldn't need to. An intermediate pause is still just one variable. Because here's what we're doing with it. I'm going to stack these up. And we're still using spacing to dial around, like, at what point does this stuff come into play? I'm a little sad because I feel like I should be able to have this doing something even at x1. I feel like doing something even at x1 would be good. I'm not sure that's what I've got. I'm not sure that's what I'm looking at right now. Although one thing I can do that way is simply make a last sample and run with that. That would give me enough of a delay that this would work, and it's going to be fairly strong at a high sample rate. But at a high sample rate, we're running all of this. At a very low sample rate, pretty much none of this kicks in. But at a very low sample rate, it would have its strongest effect, because if you average just 2 samples at 44.1K, that's pretty dark. I don't get to run multiple levels on it, but that's pretty dark. So and what else are we doing? Okay. We have to do multiple stages of these, but the number of things I'm using Up, I guess not. I swear to God I did not ban him or block him. I can, but I didn't, so I guess not. I mean, the day's still young. Who knows? Anyways. Let's assume that, so how many, let me see about this. I know what I want to make happen. I just don't know whether it's going to work. Two, one. I'm not sure it works that way, but fair. So see, if this was mod 16, that should be the same as if intermediate pause larger than 16, then it equals 0. That implies that mod 8 mod 4 mod 2. So 4 separate layers of filtering. And I might be able to do a select case to not have to do as many of those, but I'm not sure I even need to. Because there's not that much going on. We're just assigning array values. We're not doing a lot of heavy math. We're not doing a lot of difficult stuff. Although I will point out, I could start this value up here. So if spacing is larger than 15, then we do the 16 level. But we can duplicate this. Although I do have to include this part. We're just kind of hard coding it. And then the idea is I get to include each of the lesser sections, and that will further filter things. See, when you do a moving average over a very wide range, what that's going to do is it's kicking in at a much lower frequency. And that's why we're talking about doing this here, is because if I was running at 192K, averaging filtering that's just like adjacent samples will do nothing. It won't do anything at all. So I have to kick in something like a moving average over a much wider range, such as this is. This is a functioning moving average over a much wider range. But that does not take care of high frequencies past that range. So one of the things that can happen here is, and I could do this in the form of a select case statement as well. I'm choosing not to. If I did, it would be a select case statement where the cases at the top were like case 16, do all of this. Then 15, 14, 13, 12, and down to 8 would all go to the next stage. And then so far. Honestly, maybe I should try that and see what we got. And again, we are doing this throughout, and we're doing this over and over again. We no longer, what I did here was specifically for the purpose of maybe I wanted to skip through the arrays in a certain way. But I'm not going to want to do that, I don't think. So back to x++ it is. So that would mean we're not using an if statement for that part. Oops. So we're going to be looking at something that looks like this. This sits at the case statement up there, and then we do it over again. Oh, hang on, that's not what I thought was going to happen at all. Stop that. What happened? I don't know. I wanted to do this instead. But I'm assembling this outside of its control structures. Technically it'd work, but only after I put a control structure in. Hey, Math Mage. I'm doing all right. I'm struggling with weird stuff, but that's nothing so unusual. I'm going to see if I can make the things work. I'm trying to do slew 4, but in a greatly simplified version. I don't know whether I can. I'm not sure. Maybe I can't, but it's worth trying. Slew 4 has much more capacity to operate than this does. So what do we have here? We've got sort of increasing numbers of we're trying to use spacing to assign this. Spacing is going from 1 to 16 and is playing the role that a sample rate associated one would, but I get to play with it. Here's my counter for a 16 by 16 array, which I'm basically just adding up each time, but you shouldn't necessarily have to use as much of this. And the idea is, actually, you know what? This should just work, but it will work always in a maximum. I don't have any control on it any longer. It's just only going to do the full maximum roll-off at all times. Maybe that's fine. Let's find out. Let's find out. Oh, wait, but there's a problem. Did you spot the problem? Because I have. We're doing this over and over again with just the input sample. So this is a bunch of new things. But technically, in order to make this work cumulatively, input sample L would have to be the output of this. So, I mean, we can do that. It's not going to have much in the way of useful control. Don't quite know what you mean about yank a bunch of workers. You mean get people to move to Canada? like legit. That would be a pretty understandable move. But it's also kind of a hostile move. It's like, rather than fix our mess here, take advantage of our mess to have people run away. I'm not sure if I like that. I know other people here who don't deserve all this. At any rate, ooh, or I bet I could do this. And indeed copy that over. Because every step of the way here, we're taking an average. Make sure these are floats, or indeed double precision. And we're going to go through and replace all of that stuff with, we're going to do it like this. Your best friend, edit all in scope. And then these go away. So we head into here. We wrap intermediate pause so that it goes from 0 to 16. We assign our array, which is holding a range of previous input samples. Then we set it to 0 and do our calculation. Now we have 16, and we assign that to the next array. And then the next array gets set to 0, and we reconstruct it out of like everything, including the value that we just put there. So it's essentially this value equals input sample, and then we're including it as one of the things that we're reading right back. So if it was 1, it would be like, okay, intermediate L, only one possible position, equals input sample, and then input sample equals that right back again, and then divided by 1. So our simplest form does nothing. Also, oh no, we do have a 2 version as well. So what this should do, without me doing anything further, without any control circuitry like using spacing, this is going to have a complaint, I think, up top. Well, maybe it does. It'll have a complaint not using spacing if I haven't done anything else with it. Oh, no. The reason it doesn't have that complaint is because we instantiated it up here, and then we are reassigning it here. So it's two things are being done with it, but then in the audio loop, it's doing nothing. So what I should have out of this, and I think I can lose clip softly at this stage, because we've gone way past it. What I should have out of this is a permanent darkening filter, an averaging darkening filter. Let's see how true that is. And it'll be way darker than any of the previous ones that I've done. And there will be no way to adjust it, so I won't be able to hear any changes in it. All I will hear is that what we're about to hear out of this moving this does nothing, and it's going to be really dark and not have any high frequencies on the cymbals. Or it could just blow up. Check that out. Didn't expect that at all. Wow. Let me turn this right down for future reference. And what do we have here? Okay, didn't expect that. It's reading the sound somehow. This is weird. Why'd it go and do that? That seems kind of aggressive. That seems kind of mean. Why is it doing such a mean thing to me? Well, here's one thing that I can do. Oops, I can do this and keep only the 16 layer. Man, my fingers are not working today. So this is now the 16:1 layer. And we're putting it into the array. And then we are immediately running this on it. It should use literally all of the array and give me an output that makes sense and is an averaging filter. If this can't do an averaging filter, then I'm not really quite sure what's up. So this should be an averaging filter that makes it darker rather than just a blast of random noise. One thing about it, I don't have to select anything in the audio because this will immediately show me whether anything correct is happening or not. Do we have our blast? Yes, we do. Okay, that's funny. Let's see whether that's even the problem. At this point, I should have literally nothing happening at all. Oh. Well, that looks weird, but does nothing. Okay, if this doesn't work, something really weird is wrong, because I should have just canceled out literally everything. Let the demons out, man. I don't think it's necessarily common practice, but some people do. I use doubles for my internal calculations. Reaper will use doubles if you wanted to. Logic uses doubles only in its final summing. Core Audio does not. Core Audio uses floats. Everything coming out of the Surge XT community uses internal floats rather than doubles, partly because they have a lot of fancy math and ability to pass multiple floats parallel into calculations, meaning that they can get, if they make everything on floats instead of doubles, they get twice the polyphony. And they do it for that reason. What do we got? Okay, so that worked. Now why? What is failing to work here? Okay, if I did this, yeah, so like this stuff is supposed to be working. I believe if I move this to here, that cycle is now functioning. if we're not assigning anything to input sample L, it shouldn't do anything. What happens if I move this to here? Intermediate pause is getting incremented, and it is being limited to 0 to 15. Does this give me a filter or a blast of noise? Like, I'm failing to understand something here. And that's fine. That's not a problem. But I'm failing to understand something here. This looks as if it should work. I've got it turned down to 0 so that if it doesn't work, at least I'm not going to blow any speakers. But that code looks like it should work. I've got an array of arrays. And I should be able to make a sound come out rather than blast a noise. That has made a sound come out. That implies that maybe if I include other layers of it, maybe that's also going to still work. This implies some things. Okay, so if I can do this, then I can probably keep going, meaning that what's happening is the final array that I am accessing isn't an array at all. Let's quick find out whether we still got a filter or is it blow up. That has not blown up yet. So here's what we're looking at. It blows up on this one. The other ones aren't blown up yet. So if we go to here, all this modulus stuff seems like it should work. And there's some implications going on regarding my array sizes and how that's being defined. It's like I'm failing to define an array of the right size. Back to here. Okay, how about you? Do you work? That's not nearly as bright as it should be if I turn these brights up all the way. That's a low mid, that's a low high mid sound, shall I say. So here's what's happening. If we try to run this final one, it fails. That means we can't go to the array 3. Because it seems like that doesn't exist. Now, our Y thing is counting up. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go up to 5 here. Then we're going to go over to the H file. And see if it's any happier if we do that. Maybe I should count the number of these I actually have going. We're explicitly addressing these subarrays here, which could also be done by just having different arrays with different names. That may or may not be worth doing. Because I don't have to have them be the same array name. I could have it be a separate array name. Also, goodbye, clip softly. Don't need to look at you anymore. here we are down here. So if you can use, okay, so how many? 0, 1, 2, and 3. Those are 4 of those starting at 0. 0 did in fact work. 0 is the case in which we are taking adjacent samples and averaging them. We're doing 2, 4, 8, and 16, so we could name arrays. Those, it could be intermediate 16L, intermediate 8L, and so on. That's another way of doing it. But let's now see whether we have stopped it from blowing up in weird, ugly noise. Because I would have thought it wouldn't do that. And if my array instantiation needed it to be this, for some reason, I won't get a blast of noise. But let's see if I get a blast of noise. I get a blast of noise. So it wasn't that. That wasn't it. That wasn't it. It's something to do with this math here. Well, what if we, the only thing different between these is that this one doesn't have mod 16. It shouldn't have to, but it doesn't have that, and all the other ones have a mod number in there, a mod calculation in there. What this means is now intermediate pause could be anything, but we're trying to make it not require that. The rest of this looks pretty much the same. I don't see where it's different. Let's see if that did it. That implies also that intermediate pause is not producing legitimate values by itself this way. Looks like it should work. Let's find out. Because if I take this 16 section out, if it's short of that, it works. So what do we got? Blast of noise. And now we don't. So that's weird and feels wrong, and yet that's clearly what's happening. So one thing this means is, firstly, we can put that other stuff back. Because this wasn't the problem. That wasn't the problem. And this is, but I don't know why. But that was the only place where it wasn't right. And in theory, I could simply comment this out and it would be fine. Assuming, of course, we weren't dealing with like negative numbers. And there was a way of doing that. I could have it be positive integers only. SIMD, you say? I'm not sure how that would have anything to do with it. Let's throw another log on the fire while we're at it. probably should put in a close-up on the wood stove. Not currently that way, but I should. And I'm going to scoot off and rinse out my coffee cup and hit the restroom, and I'm going to be back so quickly there is no point putting background music on. Back in half a moment. You can see me approaching the controls. Here we are. Hey, back to coding stream. Bizot, that's a very good question. No, I don't. My cast iron kettle is just got a bunch of rust on it. I think they're supposed to. It's thick enough that there is a surface layer of rust. This is kind of similar to what happens to aluminum. And that anodized aluminum will form a oxide layer on it. And same with the cast iron kettle is it's got some paint on it. Anywhere that doesn't have paint on it, it's nothing but rust. I suppose it's possible that it will rust through at some point, but it's a pretty solid chunk, so I don't think it's going to be happening anytime soon. So no, I don't know how to make that not rust. So we got there. We got this done. So now I'm immediately wondering, firstly, you can apparently make this work. And it shouldn't have been doing that, but this is what it does. So I could take this stuff out and just I'm going to go and make a more efficient version of it. Actually, slow down. Let's do it like this. And maybe I just ditched this intermediate name. Why have I got such a thing? What would I want to call it if I got this working and it was correct? what would I want to call this? I suppose I could call it pre. It's meant to be kind of like part of TAPAC. I'm building this thing into it because I can include this in a couple of different places, and it can always refer to what happens as you go into TAPAC so that it can catch high frequency stuff as it hits. Which probably implies that I need to have a last sample as well. It's just a question of where I'd want to put that. I'm also curious as to what sequence I can run these in. It's going to be kind of like a softened effect. It's going to be kind of like a slew effect. So I could simply, but what it's really doing is running multiple moving averages by just dropping new samples into tiny arrays which contain only so much. So you never have to actually move everything along the line like a bucket brigade. All you're doing is plunking new values in, and then if you're referring to all of these, it's because you need to filter everything that aggressively. And if I'm doing it from 16 down to 2, that's because I want to run a select case on it, so that if you are running at like a lower sample rate, you don't have to do the full, plunk a new value into the 16 array and then add everything inside that array up and divide by 16. You don't have to do that if you're not needing to filter down that hard. But I think you always need to do a simple 2-sample average, which is what we have there in 2L and 2R. They're all moving averages. Let's just call it AVG. Average 16, average 8, average 4, etc. And the reason I'm going to type that is because I believe if I double click this, it's going to get the 8 and the L as well. Yep. That's reasonably desirable under some circumstances, but not this one. I wonder whether I can store a last sample as part of the array. I feel like I could store a last sample as part of the array just by bumping each of these up one. And now I'm going to do the rest of it just to make sure that everything still functions. So this changes. We're not even doing, I think I have successfully removed the other bit. Okay, so there's a start. Here's where I actually blank that new value that I put in. This bracket doesn't do anything now. And then we duplicate these. 8, 4, 2. Okay, that would probably hold me for the remaining bit. Let's see. But now I have to change the actual working code there, which is going to be reasonably straightforward. This part doesn't actually need as many changes, but I do need to change intermediate everywhere, so let's do that. Oh, I never changed it up here. Let's change that too. It's meaningless now. And I initialize it up top. So that's got to get fixed as well. And now down here, I should be able to start by simply taking intermediate and replacing it with AVG, and then punching in a bunch of zeros. Also, I got to take out those additional array things. There's a start. Gotta remove these. Mind you, having removed those, I'm still not referring to anything real because I also have to add the numbers to the names of the arrays. We're no longer doing it on all the arrays. Now we're doing it on kind of little subarrays. And a further thing that I can do to make sure everything is copacetic is run this on a sine wave and see if I have any funny artifacts showing up. Because if some of this is counting wrong, it'll be an average, but it'll also produce unpleasant side effects. So let's see. Those are the only references. We just write once to the array and then read from the middle of it. 8. I mean, I could go even harder core and do a 32 level, and it's not impossible that that would work and be good. It's pretty straightforward to just repeat the pattern. Now this is doing a thing where I'm making it dead simple to think about while not actually abstracting it away into like, oh, I can do this with multiplies and divides and extra variables and stuff. Instead, it's just very assembly language like. It's just everything's literally right there. And this should build and work. And yet, no. Because I forgot to do that in the 8. Why'd I do that? Huh. Oh, because I put it in the wrong place. It doesn't want that there. Now let's try it. Okay. Missed that one. Honestly, I don't think this has been that strenuous of a day, but I'm just sort of hammering away at this stuff, trying to make it work. And sometimes I'm leaning into the fact that sometimes that's the right thing. Like sometimes I'm better off kind of struggling and not really being in control of what I'm trying to make happen, because I'm trying to make something happen that's not obvious or that hasn't been done before. This could be one of those things. Do we get a blast of noise or a filtered sound? I think we're out of the blast of noise area. So that's very heavily filtered, and that's what it's supposed to sound like. And that is the sound of stacked averaging filters. In fact, I could perfectly well go to, well, here's the question. Should I start applying that, write another line of code for whatever last sample ends up being? Because you see, I'm also trying to do a thing where I want to measure the slew rate between a given position and the current position without delaying everything by a big long amount. I want to make it so if it's hovering around in the middle, and then all of a sudden we have a big slew from where it was before, and I'm comfortable with that being an average position, then we lean more heavily towards where it was before. And I could see how that would work. I feel like I also want to throw on another level of filtering, seeing as it's so easy now to do. You just do average 32, and then it has to be a 33 element array. Assuming, of course, we do make use of the last sample business, might be possible to just do a simple lookup. I could probably do a separate select case thing where it does the previous last sample business. And forgive me, I sound very confusing. Because the thing is, I've got something going on here where I can do a select case. Floor overall scale should be giving me a spacing, which is what I'm doing this stuff with. I'm going to be running at 2, but it'll be able to go well beyond that if people need it to. So some of this code will never get run most of the time. I've got that currently set as spacing. So we're running this. This should line up. I never did that test with the sine, did I? Let's quick do that. This is going to be pretty much a base note. So I shouldn't have any nasty overtones on this. It should be just a sine when I kick it in. But I hear an overtone. So something's not right. What if... Does this make a worse overtone? is if I believe if I set this to some impossibly high number, then that's going to give me either a different whine or none. I'm doing something wrong, which probably has to do with why it made the blast of noise part too. And I've not yet got to using the 32 sample smoothing that I just added. But that's because we're trying to find out how to make this averaging thing work properly. So it made an unpleasant noise, but if this makes an unpleasant noise at a much lower frequency, it's because I am resetting it wrong. Plain. Unpleasant noise at a lower frequency. I do wonder whether having astronomically high integers and doing the modulus function on them is a slower operation. Like, should I be clamping this? I also wonder whether that ugly whine could be avoided by making it loop at 17 rather than 16. Or perhaps 15. If it's larger than 15, it's automatically 0. So if I should be using 15 for that, this is going to make a worse unpleasant whine, because rather than looping it at over 16, it's now looping it at over 17. In fact, I suspect this is in fact going to be a uglier artifact, because I've miscalculated, because it has to count between 0 and 15, not 0 and 16. Let's find out. Does it make the ugly noise? Sure does. Now, what I'm talking about in debugging this one is it's a 16 element thing. So if it's larger than 16, it goes to 0. The rest of this stuff, this blows up like crazy if you're referring to an average position that is not looped to 16. But if average position is larger than 16, it's 0. That means we count 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 back to 0. That's actually 17 items. So, that should solve the blast of noise problem. Let's find out if it's true. We've now taken out the fix for the blast of noise problem. Drum roll, please. We're fine. It's perfect. Got it. Now let's skip up to here and see whether I have made it. Need another one of these. It's another level of filtering. If I follow that pattern in every respect, Jonathan, I would say there's a number of reasons. One is a cultural racism thing going on. But two, I would anticipate that the populace is moving past that. Again, read Nelson George's The Death of Rhythm and Blues. He talks about that population, black musicians and listeners. I don't know what they're up to at the moment, but if they didn't move on to new forms of music, what would be happening is that they would still be doing R&B, or they'd still be doing soul, or something like that. R&B gave way to soul in the 70s. Soul gave way, to, pop and so on. And things gave way to rap in turn, and rap is most likely giving away to something else. So I absolutely will release Console H, because Console H is not Console R. It's not console rap, it's console hip-hop, which is a culture, rather than a snapshot of the culture in musical taste. And yeah, hip-hop continues to be a culture because it's kind of the categorical definition of that population. As such, I don't see a problem. And let's see, so 32, so it'd be 33, except for, we don't actually count to that, we count to 31. It should still work the same as before because, well, now I have to put in the 16. Just like this. But now I get to do another layer. This is going to get pricier and pricier to run if you're running a super high sample rate, but on the other hand, it should work like a treat. Here's our only positions that happens. We don't need to do this at our maximum filter level. And then at some point, I'm going to put in the select case statement. Here's the thing. If you run a select case statement and don't put in any breaks, then it'll start at a point and then include everything after that point. So I can start at a select case of some large number and just be counting down, and then I'll get a control that'll kind of bring these things in. So and I do need to update this. There we go. That, I believe, is everything needed. Let's build it. Oh, yeah, no. I'm telling you, man, The Death of Rhythm and Blues. It's a really cool book. It is very erudite. It is historical. It goes way the heck back. And it's talking not only about, R&B music and stuff, but like culture, power in the recording industry, and in general, the ways that the black community has to interface with the white community to go pop. There's a chapter on Michael Jackson. There's a lot. It's very, very interesting, this book. So let's quickly see if we have an even more intense filter. And I don't think we're going to get a blast-in noise. Filter. Oh yeah, that's dark as anything. I can't even turn high up and hear anything from it anymore. That's an intense filter, I tell you. Yeah, Bezo, yes. Console H, no, that would have been Console SSL, or technically, Console X is actually the one that I designed to lean into some of the SSL tropes. It's not my favorite brand of real-world recording console, so it uses some of the same concepts and then it changes some of them. But that's the one where you've got like the parametrics that have a sort of old ratty SSL flavor to them. We're going beyond that. And while I'm at it, We need to build the select case stuff. Oh, you know something? These need to run separately. Though, I can load these into don't mind me drawing a blank. What makes it a hip-hop console sonically is not emulation of any existing gear in the world, but the ability to reinvent sound. That's what makes it be a hip-hop console. Whether people who are hip-hop fans want that, or whether they want, like, a vintage sampler instead. People in hip hop might very well be like, I want a digital version of, this or that classic sampler. There's some real classics, things like those Akai, pad-based samplers, or even before that Emu, like I think it's SP1200. People can want to have an SP1200 because there is hip-hop from back in the day that came out of a SP1200 that is beloved. And people can want a digital version of that hardware because they know the hardware and they know that it costs like $30,000. Well, okay, it's $8,000 to buy anymore. So people can't have it. So they want the old sampler. But what was being done with the old sampler was reinventing how sound is made. And that is the case in the drum and bass community, in the dubstep community, especially before Tear Out dubstep. What was happening was people were using whatever technology they had to make new sounds. Whether it be like running into a Mackie channel and then putting the output of the Mackie channel into the input of another Mackie channel and using it as a crazy distortion device. ASR10. ASR10 is the one where I literally have one of those because some time ago I knew I was going to be asked for that. And back in the day I was able to do things like that. It took quite a lot to get to that point, but yeah. But so the thing about that is any DAW already gives you full song stereo samples at like $24.96 or whatever you want. There's no limitations on that anymore. It's a question of, do you want to do something else with it besides the full resolution? And we're currently doing the DAW at full resolution, every imaginable sample, every imaginable filter, like Soothe or whatever. Take anything and make it be anything. We've already got that. But the question is, can we lean on people's nostalgia for like, oh, remember back in the day when it was much cooler when we had, it was much cooler when we had the SP1200. Maybe is the same kind of thing of, oh, it was much cooler back when we had 16 tracks in tube consoles and we were rock and rollers. And we don't have the same sound like post-80s that we did back in like 1971. Well, there's reasons why things sounded the way that they did in 1971. And there's reasons why things sounded the way that they did coming off an SP1200. And we don't have to mimic the exact formula for whatever that thing is to do the same functional job. And that's why I'm using things like the high pass and low pass filter for console X2 and likely also console H are the speaker simulation filter out of Pointy Guitar, because I found a way of making those work better for what they are, so that you can sit a sound and be like, I want this sound to be more mid-rangey. I want it to be sort of honky and like it was coming off of a speaker in some kind of room or whatever. Well, yeah, turn some knobs, have it do the same basic kind of thing, rather than going full on like, I need to emulate this particular speaker. I want to take the sound of like Mama from Genesis, where they have this crazy sounding distorted drum machine going, and it's like, well, that was the sound of a small drum machine cranked out through a little bitty combo amp, like a Mesa Boogie or something. Do you need to also emulate a full Mesa Boogie and emulate that particular 12-inch speaker? No. You could put it into like pointy guitar and push the right frequency for resonance and saturation, and then bring in the speaker style filters and get something that functions the same way. Or you could do pointy deluxe and make it have weird resonance and intensity, not in the mid-range frequencies of a small guitar amp, but like start pushing some of the lows as if it was a bass amp. That would work. And so yeah, it's like Console H needs to be about being this wide sonic palette, but about textures and flavors rather than just frequencies and brand names. So yeah, because to get vintage involves certain kinds of doctoring the sound, which I've been studying for years. And it's strong restrictions on what the sound is, but it doesn't have to be strong restrictions on what the sound is in the sense of painstakingly emulating this particular amp. Instead, you can just run a filter like the speaker simulation filters that Cabs, the most recent Cabs that I just put out, is not actually a cab emulation at all. It's just a set of filters that smear the cutoff. They're really steep, like an isolator filter, but they smear the cutoff so aggressively that they start acting like a speaker. But there's no effort put in to modeling any of the actual speaker behaviors. It's just doing the phase smearing, because that's enough. And other parts of the flavor will come through more strongly if you're not also putting a thick coat of like, yeah, this is the resonant frequency of the speaker, so that pokes out extra just because. It's like, no. Just do flavors and textures. Just have a filter in there which has a profound effect on the texture. I mean, I can show that quite well. I can't actually show it quite directly right now because I'm looking at this and I have bypassed everything. So now I'm looking at nothing but a 100% filter. So maybe this is a fine time for me to kick in the other part. Spacing. Spacing exists, and depending upon which of these I run through, I can make a filter that I can swoop in. Maybe I would like to smush this so that it takes up less space on the screen. I think I very much would like to have it take up less space on the screen. And I'm going to do just that. Because this is now just working code that I don't need to do anything further with. It's fine. But I need to write a bunch of code around this. And I do have a position where I can save wherever it's at as the starting position to measure against. And I don't know whether I'm going to need to. So I guess one thing, and it's funny for me saying one thing at a time because I'm always thinking about 12 things at a time, but In this case, I think I can legitimately say that's one thing at a time. And right now the thing is, I want to smush this together so it takes up less space on my screen, because I'm going to be writing a select case statement around it. The C programming language doesn't care about white space, so you can arrange it however you want. Even if people might find that horrifying, and people will, but I don't care. The way I think about this stuff, often I need to see what I'm looking at, rather than have it be all off-screen or worse in another file entirely, which is common. People commonly like doing it that way, but I don't. Actually, this is dumb. I'm going to make it like this instead, because that makes it's nicer. I am going to try to make it consistent, though. That at least I can do. Even if the rest of it is very Chris from Airwindows-y and annoying to any decent programmer. Do not care. It's fine. So now I do get to look at this entire section, all that's kind of a single lump. All of that filtering now fits in here, and I'm going to be writing a switch statement based on setting. After the 31 up there, which is everything about this is going to be looping consistently. But the 2 or the 4 or the 8 or the 16 are all subdivisions of the 32. So if I loop it at 32, all of those actually count and are fine. So wait, what did I call it? Settings? Did I call that setting, or did I call it something else? I feel like spacing. Spacing, that's what I was calling it. We'll go about doing this. Well, I'm happy that you're enjoying it. I feel like it should be a lesson just in how derpy and confused I can sound through some of this. Like right now, I'm going to go and look up a switch statement. Programmers should know these things, but I forget them because I'm thinking about other things. But I do know that this is the thing that one does. I think maybe we put this in, and then that looks promising. So if we're at 32, I think I'm putting those in the wrong place, honestly. Ooh, also, I don't go up to that. We didn't update that yet. So 15, 16, 31, and 32. Because it doesn't get to be 0. If it's 0, things blow up. I have rarely dealt with Python. What I would be thinking of is what kind of thing are you wanting to make happen? And then the language is just your way of trying to make it happen. Like, again, I'll talk through that a little bit now. I have told spacing to be 1 to 32 by calling it this thing, which goes from 0 to 1, times 31 plus 1. If it was times 32, it would also include the number 0, and we divide by it at a certain point. So, or at least at one point we divided by that. But this goes from 1 to 31, so it doesn't actually get to be 0. Or 1 to 32, rather. So if spacing is case 32, then we do this one. But if it's case 31, down to 16, let's see if we make this work. Right now, spacing is only selecting where we jump into this, and it doesn't show up anywhere else. But we have to have each of these covered because they represent something. So this is a bunch of case statements. Ooh, I should have counted it as 29. And now I'm going to copy that one, and it'll save me a little bit of copying and pasting. 18, 17, 16. So if we make it to 32, we get this level. Anything less than that, we're here. Note that we don't have any break statements. Junebug. Note that we don't have any break statements here. That means that anything less than that, we fall through, but only if we are up to a 32 do we do the one on the top. We continue. 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. And so we keep falling through and doing these, but if our initial number is less, then we're going to skip the ones up top. This is a thing that you can do with switch statements. It's a little odd, but I did that back in iron oxide, you know. I had that going on. And let's see, copy this. This needs to be indented, but I think I actually have a way of doing that. So 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Three, 2. And then 1, 0. And there's default. So you can use default. And that's what happens when the number that you've provided it isn't in any of these places. And I think if I reformat it, maybe it's going to put all this stuff back. But maybe it's just going to re-indent it. Let's find out. Layout, no. Edit. Format, re-indent. Oh, maybe I have to have it selected. Let's find out. We have that selected. Now re-indent. Haha. Okay. So that's where code belongs in a case statement, but it didn't try to reformat everything. I did not let it. And if we have 0 or 1, we never run through any of these at all, and we never touch input sample at all. So now that I built this up, we've got a problem. I think I need to put in a break statement. Primary expression would be something kind of like this. See, that's an expression with a semicolon after it. All these case statements, you can fall through consecutive case statements. I don't think you need to add break. Unless you do, we'll find out. But you can't have it go at the end of this without at least one thing at the very end. Let's find out if that's true. I think it was true. So I needed at least one break statement in there, even if nothing is ever supposed to break. It's supposed to go through to the bottom. People are welcome to block Junebug if you like. I recently had to delete a comment on one of my videos that was blathering about Ithriel or whatever. I think it's trolly behavior. Junebug, you have between now and Tuesday to put up a video. You have one follower, which is probably yourself, and you have no videos. Put up a video or be gone. I don't even care what it is. I'm just going to call that an effort of good faith. If you don't put up a video, you're out. Being a trolley account with no activity other than doing this. That's my final offer. So, here we are, but now there's going to be a difference. And we're going to see whether it blows up or does anything crazy. And now we can go from bright to dark by using different outputs from this. Hear how it's getting darker? That's because we're doing that thing having to do with not running all of the filterings. Now, even very small settings do at least some averaging, so that will affect going into the, like here, check this out. Brightness. Now check this out. It goes a very big change. Because we're doing this big treble boost, and then our maximum filtering is extremely intense. So we'd be using this level of filtering if we were running at a sample rate of like 384K or something. We'd use this level of filtering if we're at 48, because nothing much happens. Then we'd be running about this level of filtering for like the 96K that I'm at. That's actually quite funny. Still stands. You put up a video or be gone. By next Tuesday. So there. This is now our section for applying this stuff, and it's related to sample rate, or at least spacing is meant to be related to sample rate. I wonder if I can smush all this crap together. Signs point to I think I can, because it's not doing me any good in a vertical pile. No, sir. You're not supposed to care about white space in C, and this certainly qualifies. Putting all the case statements together. This could also be if statements, but I kind of enjoy doing the, well, it could be if statements. That absolutely could be if statements. Maybe I should try that. Because I have to do some branching information going into here with all this various fall through. So let me show you a side effect. We can also do this. If we do this, it'll still hit all of those points, but mostly it will be unfiltered. What do we think of plug data? Not sure. Yeah, it'll do whatever, but I don't necessarily have to have all that logic in there. I can have it a sparse arrangement. And what's going to happen now is if I crank it up all the way, it's going to be the darkest setting. Let's use the right one. Let's do the crank. So here's our darkest setting. And then it immediately stops being that as soon as we get off of it. But then it goes back into a dark setting for this. Bright again. Dark. Bright. Dark. And so this actually works. This does run all of those options while selecting only what's within, I guess you could call it integer sample rates. The deal with that is we get to run all of these phases, but it is overlooking anything between there, meaning that if I had case 27 or something like that, it would not apply any of these. The problem with that, and the reason why I could also do if statements, is that if our sample rate is not a neat division of these things, it's like a multiplication of 44.1k specifically, then it's gonna like skip over the logic that it needs to have. So if we do the switch statement, it needs to construct logic to be able to get to all of these places. If we do if statements, it does a if spacing is larger than 31, nope. If spacing is larger than 15, nope. If spacing is larger than 8, nope. That's not that expensive, certainly compared to all the math that's going on in here. I don't know if it's more costly than the actual switch statement, because it feels to me like you could do it with ifs and just continue stacking them up in the sequence, in the order that they're in, with it being, is spacing larger than this? Is spacing larger than that? Is spacing larger than the other? And we would not end up with more than what's here. So and you are probably correct, the compiler won't care. It'll do it either way. I just feel like I might be able to give it a bump through not doing that and instead doing this. So no switch. None of this. But tell you what, let me also include the indentation, although I can auto do that, don't worry about it, it's fine. I can auto do that. Oh, it already, I'm going to go back and do that again, but it's still fine. And let's see. Straight up replace that with 16. Ooh, wait, I need to go one less. So that's going to be a 15, not a 16. And this is going to be a 7, not an 8. And then I'm going to follow up and see whether it still works, which it should, because I shouldn't have changed a thing. And 4, so larger than 3. And again, we're going to reindent. Boop. Thing is, the logic within could be factored to a function, and I choose not to do it because I do not like adding additional abstraction if I don't need to. I feel like it is making a visual pattern and being comprehensible enough explicitly. Yep, anybody who doesn't want to see Junebug can probably hide them from the channel. If they don't post a video by next week, I will ban them from the channel. We had this one very brief little conversation at one point and then never again. So I have no patience for that. And it is fully functioning. I'm pretty happy with some of this. For instance, I believe I can fire up span. And for laughs, I will take an area, loop it, and make it be noise, just so that I can see what it's doing. I won't need to boost the highs from that. Turn my volume right down. So this is what it does. If we didn't have those other layers of filtering, these would not continue to go down. Like, these extra stuff in here is like 140 dB down compared to the max. Full crank, and we're going to progressively introduce averagings. This is what you get with a single average. We're adding another double the size. This is not what Slew 4 does, though. Slew 4 does more than this, but this is working. We've got like 20 or so dB down between those nodes. That's going to be enough for my purposes. And again, we're continuing to bring these nodes in here. So it's not working the same as Slew 4, but this is way more efficient than Slew 4. Way more efficient. And then here we go. It keeps bringing them in like an octave lower, but we're also suppressing the stuff way up there. If we didn't have these successive averagings, what would happen is you'd have the deep node here, and then you'd have 20 kilohertz stuff like up at full crank. Beats the heck out of me, Igor. I do not know. So I'm going to call that good enough for the purposes of suppressing stuff going into the tape hack instance. What I need to do now is make it relate to, and it's going to ask me whether I want to save the changes I've just made. No. Also, my poor computer is exhausted now. So one of the things I need to do is I do have an extra variable in every single one of these, which I might very well want to use as a output value. So what I'm currently thinking about is I'm going to want to take one of these and sort of do this with it. I think I have dry sample kicking around. All of this stuff that I've done with input sample actually needs to be changed to something else. So here's what we're going to do. Left and right. And now I need to change every instance of input sample in all of this to dark sample, at which point it won't touch the audio that I'm currently using. It's fairly easy. Can even do it for left and right at the same time. And selection only, boop. And away we go. Now if we go input sample equals dark sample, we get the end result. But if we don't, it doesn't do anything. And we want to have input sample equal some variation on all of this. We're only running as much of this as we need. Give me a second. Here's a couple of things I need to do. Namely, let's throw one more log on the fire as long as I'm at it, and then I need to go and set up for toggles. So, there we go. Fire required. Be right back. Alrighty. Fire's going. I am back. Coding stream is back. So what happens if we dark sample here is correct. Then if we take this there, now we have a output which can probably be used as a reference for calculating slew and perhaps also for what you pull the slew back to. And that's an interesting question in its own right. But I'm also wondering something else. I'm wondering if I well, no, I do need to. Well, maybe not. Maybe I don't. Maybe, oh, and we do have to feed, no, some of this has to be input sample, or at least it has to, well, no, it doesn't. Doesn't, because we started dark sample out as input sample at any given point. So the calculation inside it does start from something. So I can simply replicate that over, at which point average whatever it is and then the same number again means that's the output at that point. What I was wondering is, can I do each successive one being like average 32L, average 16L becomes average 32L, but I don't think I can. Because if we're not doing earlier stages, they won't be there to be used. So that serves as an output. I do have a concern. Like, we're chaining these, but do I even need to use a stored position like that at all? Is there any purpose to it? Because I can do that for each step. That gives me a distinct individual moving average position for each one. It's going to be darker. It's going to be kind of suppressed. I don't know if that means it's a better reference position, because I'm going to end up at the chain of these with dark sample L and dark sample R anyway. What I'm shooting for here is what would work as a last sample calculation. That's what I'm trying to produce. I don't know if this is going to give me it. Let's lose this for the moment. None of the rest of it needs it. And so now I've got a spare value for each set of this. But if I just did this, right? I don't know if I'm using slew anywhere else. Equals and I can have it be a fabs. Fabs means absolute value and floating point. So this is going to give me the difference between last sample, input sample. And having done that, I can do this. And then next time through, I'm able to do that again. But I could also do this. And that's going to measure pretty much how much of a departure there is between the filtered one and the bright one. So on low frequencies, this is going to consistently be a very small amount, regardless of how loud the amplitude is. But it'll also kind of, so there's a difference between taking literally just the last sample and taking the filtered version and working off of that, because we're looking at something kind of like this. And likewise for right. So what happens here is trying to produce a variable with which we crossfade between input sample and dark sample L or R. We're trying to crossfade between these things in order to soften the high frequencies going into tapeback. If we are at a one-to-one spacing, nothing changes at all. It stays at, so that actually does work. If we have a spacing of 2, meaning double sample rate, then we're doing an additional layer of averaging. If we're doing 4 and up, that's yet another layer of averaging, and hoo boy, do we have lots of extra layers to go. Or we could, by default, use more filtering to produce this variable that we're crossfading into. But it matters whether we're doing last sample being the filtered one or whether we're doing last sample being the full frequency one. Because if it's the full frequency one, it potentially can make a larger effect at any given point. I suppose one thing I can do is simply try them. And if there's no purpose to stacking these up in quite this way, I don't have to go this far to do it. Excuse me. Also up here, we might very well, hello, keep going, come on, here we are. Where's our, nope, that's instantiation. Here we go. We could simply double it, and then everything steps one way along. We're overriding this, by the way, but there. Now we've bumped that up quite a bit, so we shouldn't actually have anything lower than 2, so we always have to be doing at least a little bit of this. Let's ignore that comment because it doesn't really matter. This is a custom version of this stuff, but we're still doing basically the same thing. Ooh, check this out. Let's make it incorporate that so that our overall scale, which is a floating point number, gets multiplied by 2 as another floating point number. So if things get a little bit weird and dicey, we can hit our transitions more effectively, but it's still clamped to the ones we want. So spacing always happens. So we don't need to really think about that anymore, but we can scale it up to 32 if we want. And we are currently overriding spacing with a control. Okay, so where are we at? These don't exist yet. We're instantiating them, and we may also factor them in some kind of way, like I feel like dark sample inherently includes more delayed samples, so it could take the role of this delay to some extent. And that could be important, so I like it. We're assigning it to be last sample, so we gotta stick that in as a continuing sound. I should probably give this a dedicated name. Since we're using dark, let's call it last average. Let's call it last average, because that's what we're referring to. And also, if I have other code somewhere that uses last sample, I'd be able to include it in conjunction with this without a namespace conflict. And that's why I'd like to do that. And they are initiated. This definitely does produce a delaying effect. And that's because when we do this averaging, we're taking the one that we just put in. We're taking input sample, but we're also taking samples up to 8 samples ago because of the way that it works. And that's important because we do need to be taking that into account for this slew concept. So far, so good. This could end up being modulated by something. I don't know whether I need to turn it up or down or whatever. Absolute is always going to be larger than 0. So what I can do is clamp it. Clamp it to 1. There. Now I'm going to have an average slew left and right. It can be any number of things. We're using dark sample to produce it. And average slew L and R are going to go between 0 and 1. If we have a bassy sound without any slews going on, it's all going to kind of come out to be about the same. Like if we have silence or DC, all this is going to amount to 0. Chad, trolling the troll, are we? So the next thing is simply this. And this is all you need to make the rest of this work. Oh, needs to be left and right. Oh, no average slew. Something that Andy Cytomic likes to do is, now I forget which order he wants to do it in, is space out the pluses and minuses differently from the divides and multiplies, because you do the multiplies first. So if you have them spaced out in that way, you can kind of see which thing gets done first. Although in this case, I would do this because it's within parentheses anyhow. But like if you were okay with input sample times 1 and then subtracting average slew, well, you could do this. And it would be the same. Or indeed, since that doesn't actually make sense and we don't want to do it, you could do this. And that's going to work the same. I like including the parenthesis because it makes it clear what's actually happening. But I'm given to understand you can do this because it will multiply this before adding it to this. That said, we're going back to the parens because I like doing it in a way that I'm used to. But I'm given to understand that that is the thing that one can do. Little capital R action here. In fact, I could even scooch these over to I can compress this stuff a little bit more because it's on a left and right basis. So all I have to do is have it happen before we go and calculate the other stuff. And I can be annoying in this way by having stuff be more smushed together. That'll work. I often like not having declarations of variables smushed into other things, as much as I like smushing things into a block. You'll notice that I don't have it like this, and I totally could. Nothing stopping me from doing that. I'm just taking my annoying behavior with all of this stuff and smushing it in a way that looks appealing to me, whether it's obfuscated or not, do not care. And then having the definitions of variables always sitting like on the edge of the line where I can see where they're at and what I'm doing with them. But a bunch of this stuff, like here's our output, and then I get to dispose of last average L again, or I get to define it once more. Hang on. Maybe I could put it there. Yeah, I need to generate an average slew after using the last average L, but I could put it there. That would work. We're not using it after that stage. So this is right where I used the previous last average L, and then I reassign it to whatever dark sample L was and go with that. And then I put it into action, and then we hit tapeback. So if I run this now, we're going to be able to darken stuff up with spacing, but it's probably not going to be as aggressive. So we could at least find out what that sounds like. Although it doesn't really have any relation to what we're going to end up doing with it. Our bottom control is more of a overkill control. There to apply more and more darkness as we go. So we can do this. Boost. So this is what it sounds like when we are supposedly running at a super high sample rate. And this is what we get when we've got a couple of stages of filtering in here. And we're slamming the highs in there. So that might be appropriate to 96K. We'll find out by boosting the highs even more. So that's horrible distortion, obviously. And this is suppressing it until it's not quite as hideous, and then we can keep suppressing it. Honestly, it still sounds pretty nasty, but what happens if we do high frequency up here? Interesting. Okay, so now we've got just ultra super high boost, as you can see on the waves. And once we reach this point, it's acting like we don't have the crazy high boost anymore. The question is this just pushing so, well, there's a variety of questions, really. Let's quit out of here and go do something else for being able to play with this a little better. because this would be the additional level which I will need for going into this stuff, but it's all based on what our slews are like going into the tape pack section. So I'm pretty sure I'm able to push highs into tape pack hard enough to alias like crazy. This is providing a filtering that's stopping that from happening. But we're doing the filtering entirely based on how hard we're hitting this. So what I can do to test this out a little bit more, scroll down here. Here's where param k is. Here's where assigning spacing. We've currently got spacing up here already being declared. We can fall through to whatever it's supposed to be at that sample rate. And we've got like low sample rate, medium sample rate, and ultra high sample rate examples available to play with. I've got alien kittens in 44, 96, and 192. We can play with that and fool with the knobs and things to further exacerbate it. And that will work very well. So we can leave this alone and not reassign it. Instead, this stops being a stand-in for spacing. Spacing now becomes what it's normally supposed to become. So we run extra layers of filtering at super high sample rates to bring it within the range of being able to dial stuff back. And then I make it be this. Which is going to go between 0 and 2. And now we're going to make that run using our fader not as a fader, that's still at unity gain, but as a amount control for what this is doing. And how does that work? We go all the way down to the bottom here, but over the tape pack section, and here's where it comes into play. Min absolute this times slew amount. Here's how we dial that in. And it clamps at 1, so if we make it go too intense, it will just switch over to dark sample all the time. But if we don't have it cranked up as much as that, then what we're going to get is you can turn it all the way down and it will not do any of this darkening at all. Or we can turn it up to the point where it darkens all the time. And at some point, we're going to hit something where it can hit tape hack, sound bright, but not cause aliasing. If I can find that number, that's the permanent number to set it at. And I can include it in other stuff as well. I can include it in the channels and just have it there being the conditioning filter before hitting tape hack. All it does is it watches everything go, and if you're hitting it with a frequency that is high enough to cause aliasing, it will then stop that from happening. Let's find out how close we got, because of course there's also the possibility that it fails to work at all. That's because I don't know what this is going to do. But I mean, a lot of that code doesn't actually run, and when it does run, we don't actually have to progress all of the array values along. We're just plunking a new one in and then doing a quick average of everything. And I could do a more efficient version of a very large average of everything, except for that means if the floating point values start running away, it can wander. And I'm not going to want that. So doing it this way, I do actually end up being able to make a consistent thing going forward. So here we go. Now our fader knob is not a fader, but is in fact the amount of darkening we apply on a slew dependent level. So all the way down, we're not applying anything. And now we see what happens when we start slamming the output fader with way too much highs. Can we make it settle the heck down? Part of the trouble with this is it is actually ultrasonic frequencies that would be able to cause aliasing. I may be able to do something with this with like sine sweeps, and it'll show me what the frequencies are. If I just run sines in at a high frequency, that's probably going to do it. I'm interested in seeing what I can make happen with just hi-hats and such. So what I would like to do is load up span again so I can see what it's doing. Span's not reacting fast enough to be any help. Let's do a slew only. That's easy to do. In front of span, slew is your handy dandy, no controls, leaving only the highs. I think I have a problem here though. If I do it there, what's happening is it's gonna clip the encode and decode, which shouldn't do anything, but I feel like maybe it is. Let's play with the frequency. I'm not happy with how fast this is running. I'm very unhappy with how fast this is running. It should be able to do better than this. Okay, I can make it run a little faster that way. No smoothing, no anything. Not really though, that's not really running any faster. What if we don't run console X? Yeah, it's a little happier. And then it's not again. Seriously? Okay, so maybe not that. Let's actually quit out of here. The poor thing is struggling to exist at this stage. Let's quit Xcode too while I'm at it. Also, I should put my laptop on its little cooling platform. I forgot to do that. In fact, hang on. Hang on, I know what I'm doing. Okay. Cooling platform for laptop. Power for cooling platform for laptop. You're going to hear its fan kick in. Because I feel like that might be a limiting factor on the poor laptop being able to run span. I think it is struggling. And cranking itself beyond all recognition, which is no bueno. So let's make that be better. And let's turn it on. Cooling fan engaged. I should raise it a little bit as well. Oof. Alrighty, cooling fan engaged. This laptop should be getting cooled off pretty good. Back into Twisted Wave all by itself this time. Let's make an effect stack from scratch so we can do this as efficiently as possible. Come on. Come on. Very good. There you go. Add some effects. I don't think I'm going to need to do slew only this time. A bus effect that's going to cause my thing, and then span, which should hopefully react more quickly, maybe if I fuss with it a little bit. It remembered what I was trying to do. That's cool. It's really struggling though. Honestly, I wish I knew what this thing's problem was. It's just crippled. Why are you freezing? It seems no good. No density mode, no hints. Let's see what we can take out. Assuming it lets me. Come on. Are you not letting me? Okay, it finally, that's how slow it's running. It's just choking. Oof. Let's not show any of the things. Would it take that long? Oh, yeah. Man, it's having a hard time. Close that. Close this. Stop. Close interface and open it again in hopes it can run faster now. No. No, it can't. Well, it's trying as hard as it can. Yeah, I'm going to have a really hard time seeing where any of these knobs are, where any of these controls are. Let's set it to average and see if we get anything out of that. Okay, that's only reset for that. So that's no good. Or, okay, there we go. So we're making a continuing average now. That's got high frequency spikes way the heck up here, 21 dB down. I'm not showing the full range, and that's no good. Come on. There we go. Okay, maybe not worry about that. Can we close this window, please? I don't know what's hurting this so badly. I don't know what got in its grill. So we're seeing this. We're about 51 dB down at this node around 30K, and then there's more brightness above that. That could be aliasing. If we pump it up all the way like this, we have a different behavior. And our 15K is down a fair bit. The rest of it's actually come up, which is not necessarily great information. Here we're at basically 1. Our high frequency spikes are still sitting around 30 dB. I suppose I could be checking for really dark aliasing. Like, is it way louder here? No, it's actually looking kind of quieter there. That's weird. So now here's what we're throwing into the clipping. I'm completely frustrated with span. Span is failing really hard for me today. That is super duper no good. So instead, what I'm going to do is just critically listen to it to the best of my ability. Also, I should maybe try tone sweeps, assuming I can find one. That's going to be like that. I am down at a amplification of 2. There's a 96K that sweeps right up like that. So if I just only load console X2 bus, I should be able to produce mega aliasing or worse. There's some distortion. Oh yeah, away we go. Here's our distortion. Okay, let's boost harder. There's our loud aliasing. But if we have it all the way cranked, does it still do that? Yeah, kind of it does. Okay, my apologies for putting you all through this, but it's horrible. Actually, let's just take only the worst of the worst. loud aliasing out of TAPAC, specifically TAPAC. I get to interfere with it. No question about that. Well, now hang on. If you go to default and then use it, okay, that's funky. We start generating something where it's not supposed to be. So we're getting a louder aliasing sound out of having this engaged. That's not what I expected to see happening. I got 9 minutes of stream left before it's time to have tacos. So what I think I might do is be prepared to go into that again. I wonder whether I need to smooth it. So check this. What if I need to smooth it? What if the way that it's working between it and its interference So this is kind of tricky. So if I need to smooth it, or I've just done a torture test on that, which would in fact tell me what it's meant to do. I have not tried this in a moment. Let's see what happens if we're modulating into dark sample, but on a basis of literally the direct slew coming in. In theory, that should change the behavior. So I wonder if the poor laptop is... Yep, it is cooled down now. It feels better. Feels so much better that I can unplug that little fan. That little fan is annoying as anything. Okay. Back into the breach, I say. It should behave different now. Exactly how different, I don't know. But this should be behaving different now. Not worried about effect stacks. Recent. There's a little ping that it does, but that's fine. Here we go. I should probably... No, I've got my amplitude down really low. And this is causing more alias out of the supersonics, not less. Don't like that. Another question. What if we're just on dark sample all the time? What happens? Like the slew should be 0, so keeping it the same is 1 minus 0, so it's full crank if that, and it goes to the dark sample if that becomes larger, like 1. I could have it kind of chase the value. Okay, so the problem with this, I can save fab's last average L minus input sample L. I can do that. I'm going to have more difficulty saving it and having it be like an ongoing variable, an ongoing value. And that's where my troubles lie right here. It needs to be able to kick in quite aggressively, but then fall off slowly. It needs to have a time constant built into this. Hey, Grants. Yeah, reasonable. Let's try throwing in some more variables. If it has to be a time constant, we can do this. Might as well be verbose. So now we have last average. It's not really a last average, so I could change that as well. And it won't technically be last slew either, but it'll be chasing this value. I need to update that where it appears, which involves making another. So back down here in my last minute of, I guess I'm going long. I guess I'm going long again. No food for Chris. Work, damn you. Let's see what we can make happen. So we got this much. This will actually work, but it will do exactly the same as what I did before. And that wasn't enough. So we need to do something else, like this. Oh, got to do that first. Got to do that first. Simply enough. Goes over there. Semicolon, and we're off to the races. So, so now what we're doing is keeping a running tally that we are then boosting and or clamping. That needs to be R. And we're introducing it only here. And we're not actually attenuating it, so that's a problem. So, although it might not matter all that much, we're clamping it. So let's make a little space to work in. .5 will make it fall off rather quickly, but it's still an IIR filter, so it doesn't necessarily fall away instantly. And another thing that we could do is relate it to our control slew amount. That's a possibility. So we could have it be times equals, slew amount goes from 0 to 1. Actually, no, it goes from 0 to 2. So since it goes from 0 to 2 and 0.5 is half, and it's clamped, so it can become a large value and it won't matter. 1 minus slew amount, let's see, times, no, times equals slew amount divided by 2. Or indeed times 1.5, 0.5. That's just as good. Now what's going to happen is if we crank it up all the way, these values, which are clamped to full darkness, will skyrocket off into the stratosphere and be far too loud, so we'll be stuck in permanently dark forever. Like the America. Just kidding. But that will stop any interference between the sweep and TAPAC. So if I do this, I should be able to have all the aliasing, and indeed I do, but it should be able to suppress it a little more. I think I may be hitting another clip in there somewhere. See, so we're going really hard into there with just a straight up supersonic wave. And we're running that aggressively. So with none of this control, what's happening is we have 100% full-on aliasing everywhere. At full crank, we still get a hint of it, but there's a section where it settles down. Wouldn't it be funny it was the magic Airwindows number? So let's cut those back again. What if we just make it flip to darker and darker settings? Overall scale times 4. We're still clamped to 32 max, but this might help. It might not, but it might help. We shall see. There's a limit to how much we're suppressing this with the filtering, though. I feel like I might put a hard limit on 530 for making my tacos too, but who can say? I mean, this isn't coming out this week, obviously, but it is important. And if I can get this part to behave, which is definitionally like the most horrible thing I can throw at a tape emulation, and then I throw audio at it, that might actually end up sounding nice. But I want to dial it in using this because it's awful. Okay, rock on. Unrestricted craziness. Much less. It just cut out. Not actually acting any different when I turn it up that much. Interesting, as I don't boost into it, it starts showing up again. Let's see if it goes harder. No, we're back to that weird behavior again. That's more well-behaved again. Okay. We do keep getting an interference with one particular hypersonic frequency. We're doing better at being able to crank the highs into tape hack and not have it alias. So 0.78 is where it's at. Over to actual audio. Okay, it seems like you can crank the highs into that, and it doesn't sound that unreasonable. That sounds like highs that are not so unreasonable. 96K, same thing. And I've turned it way down, by the way. That sounds fairly similar to what it was before. Flat would be this. And lastly, because that seems to work about the same as it did before, 192K. I'm tempted to turn the cooling fan on this poor thing on again. That still feels about the same as it did. Bump it. This is as bright as this is willing to get at this setting. Which is interesting. So 0.78. What if we do one for the tweak here and so we're doing a precondition for tape hack thing, and that's all it's supposed to do. So here's the section where this stuff does its thing. Slew amount is actually getting boosted here, but maybe we don't need to boost it here. Because we can always just keep more of it around. And this converges on 1. It converges on just making a very large value of it. So let's run with this and see what kinds of settings it wants. I'm also wondering whether to boost last slew. Yeah, I totally should. I should boost last slew before using it here, because it needs to relate to the actual slew that we're working on. And after we determine what it's meant to do, then we dial it back in this way. It's kind of nested. Kind of last slew, last sample, last slew, last sample. Meaning we don't need to do last sample there. Last sample can be done immediately after we use it for the last time. It's not referred to again. And then we dial it back by whatever this ends up being. And likewise for here. And having done those things, then we apply it and crossfade into dark sample, which we have now darkened down until it really has a profound effect on being able to suppress that stuff. Could also expand it in some... Oh, I'm not sure that's really necessary, though. Well, let's see what we get. Latest amendment. Let's start with the sweep. And turn the volume right down to 1 again, because it's a painful noise that hurts my little speakers. So when I do this, and it's possible that some of the noise that's being caused is the noise of the actual console input taking effect. Like that last sweep. Okay, here we go. Hush with your noises. Needs to be more than that. Kind of hissing. Yeah, we can make it cut off. What if it was literally 1? So we got aliasing if we're not hitting it too hard. We're hitting it with a continuing tone, which is not necessarily what we're going to want. Hit it hard enough and it cuts right out. And I bet you that last little swoop, is on the input, which I'm not altering. And we don't actually like aliasing, but high frequency noises at quiet levels aren't supposed to be getting compressed. This is not a filter as much as it is a limiter. Okay, well actually I know that that's going to be full crank. So if we start with this, let's start with the flat. And again, that last twerp is not a concern. Because it's on input. So let's see, if we go from here, that is a super, super hot thing going on. Instead, we take an actual audio song and try to do the same thing. It makes a hissy noise. Without that, it's super aggressive. This is what it sounds like filtered. This is our limit of how hard we can push the highs before they start literally cutting out. And there's the sound of what it sounds like when they're cutting out. So if we try other sample rates, what do we get? That sounds very similar. Sounds very similar. How about this? The one last thing I will try is having it at this settings where I can tell it's kicking in, but then changing the spacing so that I'm not filtering down as low into the low frequencies and seeing what that does to the tone. Because we might be in the zone here. This might actually be coming together. Same basic tone. Same basic tone. And it cuts out in about the same way. So it's a sort of dark, shiny quality going on. And slew amount is going to have to be included in here, but it is that times 0.5. So it's a little below 1 in total. Because of course it's multiplied by 2 up thread there. So back up to the top. What if overall scale times 2 rather than 4? What do we get out of the tone of this thing now? Because again, we're trying to hit pretend tape and pre-filter it if needed, but not if not, at a given level, and it's going to squish in a certain way that's meant to act like, it's meant to feel like tape at all different sample rates and be a relatively cheap way of doing that that will normally not cause an effect, will normally not do anything. And what I'm going to do after this, assuming there was anything positive about this, because I kind of don't like that it's altering the tone so much, that's why I just divided it by 2. Let's see what we get if we do this. That sounds like a hi-hat is supposed to sound when it is too loud. We are successfully dialing that back. This is what it sounded like to start with. This is pushing the highs real hard, and then complete overkill. So now, when we try that at like 96 and 192, that's real bright. And 192, and then like just go to Welcome Home or something bright and edgy and crunchy. And that's also real bright. Super high frequency boost, engage. And again, I've got it at 0.8. This is just distortion. That's arguably too much. So I'm probably going to want where I left it. And then there's a couple of different things I can throw at it, but here's one. So this is relatively flat. Actually, you know what? Hang on. I've got a stack of these things that I can throw at it. So there's our super bright. Here's the original sound. Here's the bright. Yeah, we seem to be able to make it nice and glittery. So if we can do this, how about dialing this in? Not enough. Yeah, around there. And one final journey into worst case scenario of making it be unhappy and squeak. Some of that might be the input on the first console. We can find out. Yeah, I've got it cranked up as far as it'll go. And once it fully kicks in, it is in fact suppressing what it needs to suppress. That was the balance I got for it. Alrighty. It is 5:30. I do need to eat dinner. I think I can put a little more work into this, and especially if I have that high frequency conditioning happening in front of every instance of TAPAC, including the one right up. Well, hang on a moment. Let's not be hasty. See, there's a thing that I can do with this, which is pad the input. Now what do we get? But if I don't insanely boost everything, so that's a little more what I'm talking about. And it handles being insanely boosted into pretty good. But we are running that supersonic tone into the full chain. And what I have to do, since I don't have it up front on input, I have to pad the input with trim, at which point it drops it below the point where it's freaking out. I mean, I could also pad it like this. That's padding it. Or pad it here. If you manage your gain levels, it's just fine. I'm reasonably happy with that, considering how easy it is to have it just squelching and squeaking all over the place. That sounds like sweeping up past the audible range on a tape. Nothing too crazy is happening, because I've addressed that. We're good. We're good. So that's enough to go forward with. I believe it will work. It is somewhat somewhat sensitive to just not doing obnoxious dumb things with it. But in the absence of doing obnoxious dumb things with it, I think it's actually able to sound real nice, and that I'm able to have the system reject aliasing, at least in certain ways, pretty well. And I'll figure out what to put out. Maybe I'll do something like put out slew 4, because slew 4 can completely obliterate this sort of thing. I can show you that, actually. QS. So if we have slew 4 on here, it just stops. See, now it doesn't even show up on the meter. Throw in enough of this, even on a test tone, much less actual audio, a test tone that's really loud for highs, and it just goes the heck away, 60 dB down or more, which you can also do on blasts of noise. Yeah, I know, go eat something. Here's some noise. We can cool off the noise with slew just fine. And that's still going through the full console system. So it can quiet down very fine, even if you're boosting, like this. Anywho, I'll go and have tacos now. I'll see y'all on Tuesday. Junebug, post a video. I'm telling you. I'm not having anybody hang around in my chat who is being disruptive and also has no interaction with anybody, didn't even know that one person had followed them and has had no videos posted. That's just mockery. So we ain't having that. But post a video and we'll see whether you did by Tuesday. And I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.